Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I figured I would go live over here this morning. Susan Smith, OG Karen, girl, she OG, you guys know who Susan Smith is. Susan Smith is the OG Karen who accused a black man of stealing her two children. All the while, mom had a boyfriend. Mom was married. Mom had a boyfriend. Boyfriend didn't want kids. She was planning on leaving her husband. And sis ran the kids into the lake. Okay. So,
Day.
ma'am's
I am confident that all of the work we put into making this day seamless will not be in vain.
ma'am is
If there's
eligible
any
for
complications
parole.
today, please be patient. Please pay attention to the
Let me
officers as
pull up
they
her.
direct you. We ask for everybody's participation and cooperation with any instructions that are provided. Thank you all again for your interest in the parole process in South Carolina, and have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you. Let me tell you guys this. She has had numerous infractions since she has been incarcerated, and her ex-husband is adamant that she is not to get out of jail. Um, so we're gonna see what happens here. Susan Smith, eligible for parole. This is her parole board hearing. I have her. Let me see if I can find it. I think I posted it in my Patreon. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's not a slam dunk that she's going to get parole. She has been, I think she was caught having sex with some guards. She's been she's been living her life in the jail and doing a lot of what she's wanted to do. Let me see if I can find this so I can pull this up for y'all. Maybe some of y'all have seen this, but also I think phone calls from prison still has up um her phone calls. So there were some phone calls. I'm going to move this over for a second. Make this big. So this is Susan Smith. I probably need to pull up her video so you guys, if you don't know who she is. But she has spent, I believe, 30 years. It's been a minute. She got a life sentence, but it wasn't life without parole. She is now eligible. She got two life sentences for killing her two sons. She sent the community on a wild goose chase looking for a black man who she said stole her two children. All the while, she ran them into the lake. Okay. This was on 11/4/1984. I moved to this area in November of 95. So this happened about a year before I moved down here. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. So she's in Union County, or what this happened in Union County, South Carolina. And ma'am has had, look at her disciplinary actions. Most recently, she had let's see, she was doing interviews and accepted money. She lost her canteen privileges, she lost her entertainment tablet privileges for 90 days, and she lost her phone privileges for 90 days. In March, so 10 years ago, she had marijuana, unauthorized use of a pin. So she was over there using someone else's PIN code, which is a no-no. We see Nesto doing that all the time. That was loss of canteen for 240 days, detention for 90 days, phone privileges, damn near a year, 240 days, no visitation. She was in trouble. Okay. She's gotten into her share of trouble over the last 30 years. It's not a lot, but let's see. I think they said she was having an inappropriate relationship with a guard, that she was having that she was in a sexual relationship with two guards. It's been a mess. Nonetheless, nothing that she has done while she's been in prison can top killing your own two kids. I mean, there's no way to top on that one, right? Okay, so they've got us on hold right now, I think. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. Let's go back over here. I think it's going to be getting started soon. Do I see her ex-husband in the background? I don't see him yet, but I'm sure he's going to be there. He said he'll be there, period. No matter how long, how many, he feels she does not have a right to get out. She's not rehabilitated. Um, and he just, he doesn't have his sons and she took them and um he feels like she does not have a right to get out. I remember that day this happened. I was working for Prue Care in Atlanta, sitting at my desk in the OBGYN office when the news came across the airways. I knew. Well, the picture that they showed of the black man was so like, that don't look right. It didn't even look right. It just looked like, okay, if you take every stereotype of what you think a black person looks like, that's what she threw everything. Like, okay, he looks like this, and this, and this, and this. And it looked like a whole mess. Good morning, everybody. We're just over here for a little time. Hopefully they'll take her first. But I thought this was definitely something to take a look at. And also I was pulling up of course, Diddy's lawyer is over there earning his dough. I'm going to drop this down for a second while we're waiting for them to come back in, but it's a very nice looking board over here. Diverse, yes. Women equal with women to men. And at least for right now, we see 6 people sitting on the parole board, and they are all seasoned folks. Look like they have some good life experience and are able to hear the facts and judge the fugazi and see if I'm gonna be honest, from a mother's point of view, this not going anywhere. She's not gonna go anywhere. And then from a man's point of view, this was a lady who was married, Susan Smith, and she had a boyfriend and she was trying to get to the boyfriend and took her kids out and killed his only 2 sons, and I don't think he's had kids since. So I just think on a personal level, this story touches home for men and women from a standpoint of losing your children, the betrayal, the lies, all of the things, what she did to the community, and what we've seen over the years that this type of crime can do to the community, of people lying and racially profiling and using a particular demographic on some lies. So that's been very hurtful to the African American community and many other communities of people who are disenfranchised or not well represented in the media, to have the pile-on of a Karen, period. Okay. I think she slept with 2 guys. Yeah, she's had a couple of inappropriate sexual relationships since she has been in the pen. And she has lots of boyfriends, and she did find out that her phone calls were on YouTube, featured on a channel called Phone Calls from Prison, a YouTube channel we love to watch. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Susan Smith I don't know if it was the first or not. It might have been Alex Murdoch, but I feel like I watched the Susan Smith video first. The Alex Murdoch situation is what brought me over there. And I heard about the channel from, it was it News, Ashley, is her name Ashley Banfield? And she said, because those pictures were taken of Murdoch, and I went over there, and the first video that came up was a Susan Smith video, and I was like, ooh, and she was talking to one of her boyfriends, and that was, I think the channel was very new. Maybe they only had just a couple of videos up, maybe, I don't know. I can't remember. Um Maybe, I don't know, 10 videos, 10 videos at the time. And the Susan Smith videos were very creepy. She's OG lying ass creepy female. Let me see. I'm sure the press conference of when she was like telling her lie on the people of Union, South Carolina, as if Union, South Carolina didn't really need that smoke, and just bothering people because of her lie. Let's see. I wonder if she's going to come in shackles. Okay, here's her picture. You guys remember her? Remember? Girl. Okay. He didn't know anything. He had no idea of what she did to his children. This man looks like he cries every day. I saw an interview with him not too long ago. He looks like he cries every day. His face still looks just like it did on this picture, like upset, distraught. I mean, it's a loss like you'll never know. It's one thing to lose your children, but just imagine that your wife, who you love, that you had no idea was with the shits, takes your kids out. And then you have to find out, be the last to know that what the hell this lady was up to. So he's feeling betrayal on many, many, many levels, and he hates her. So I don't blame him, rightfully so. I just and I don't think I just don't, I don't know if back then they were thinking, 30 years is a long time, right? But she was only in her 20s. So who would have like thought that 30 years would go by so fast? I feel like I remember when I heard about this. Girl, yes, we're ready. Okay, hold on.
If you can advise when the recording
Yes.
has begun.
Girl, we already
Recording
began
has
recording
begun.
over here.
Good morning.
Make some coffee in a minute.
Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. This is a full board hearing day. Present are the Honorable Russell Boyd, the Honorable Henry Eldridge, the Honorable Geraldine Miro, the Honorable Molly Taylor, and the Honorable Dan Weidman, and myself, Kim Frederick. Mr. Eldridge, would you please open us in prayer?
Yes, ma'am. My Father, please be with this board and staff as we conduct these hearings today. We ask that you be with the inmates, victims, and their families as we seek to make the proper decisions. Guide us and challenge us as we work to accomplish our goals in life. Watch over our families as we strive to pursue the challenges that we encounter each day. We ask this in thy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will begin our day with case number 10. Case number 10, George Causey. One moment as Allendale connects.
Y'all, we're getting ready to watch some parole board hearings. I hope they don't bring Susan on last, Lord.
Hello there, Allendale. We're here for case number 10, George Freeman Causey.
Shackle.
Good morning. I'm Elisa Samuel Pam Collins, Inmate George Closey has refused to attend his hearing today. This was documented on Form 1515.
Thank you. One moment as we clear the room.
Do you guys ever watch? Did you guys ever
And the
watch?
room is clear.
Yeah. Did you guys ever watch parole board hearing when they're like, okay, but you stole one car. Why'd you come back and steal another
Numbers
car?
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 6, Henry Frampton Bluer. Case number 6, Henry Bluer. And Mr. Bluer will be represented by attorney Michael Stover, who is present with him at the institution. One moment as they connect.
Let me see if I can find the video real quick of when she told that big lie.
And again, we are waiting for case number 6, Henry Bluer.
They better call next case for whoever's ready. They need to call next case. But like I was saying, who would have thought 30 years would have gone by
Okay.
so
It
quickly,
appears we're
right?
having some difficulty with retrieving all parties involved. One moment as we clear the room. And we will head to Kirkland for case 30, Charles Sherraw. Case 30, Charles Sherraw. One moment as Kirkland connects.
Y'all look. "30 years have gone by, guys. That's a lot. 30 that's just crazy that time has gone so fast." Okay. So you guys got the visual. If I can find the video, which I'm sure it's in here, I just need to do the right
Hello there,
search.
Kirkland, confirming you are Mr. Charles Sherraw.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Sherraw. We hope you are doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Much I can do right now because I don't have a place to
Jesus.
stay. My sister was sponsoring me, but at this time she did not sponsor me for parole. I don't have nowhere to go to.
Okay, have you taken any programs or had any counseling or anything that's been helpful to you while you've been incarcerated?
I went through the Narcotics Anonymous program, and it was one more program. I forget what it was.
You see all them old tattoos on him? That's like Wade. That's Wade 50 years from now, which I don't think he's not, he's got the death penalty, but let's just say this is probably like a OG. He probably took a few people out. We're going to find out what he did.
But it's been a long time ago. I've been locked up 40 years.
Yes, sir. I see that
He's
you
been
have
locked up
some,
40 years. Girl, we don't know. We getting ready to
infractions
find
within
out.
the institution from this year. Is there any reason for that, sir?
Well, of course there's a reason. I got caught with a cell phone as I was transferred from Ridgeland Correctional Institute to Lieber some time back. And the cell phone didn't even work. Somebody gave it to me. Cell phones cost $2,000 or $3,000. And I don't have no money, but a cell phone probably saved my life at least 2 times when I was at Ridgeland. And I'll tell you why.
That's not
At
necessary,
nighttime,
Mr. Sherraw. Thank you. You're not supposed to have that within the
Okay.
institution. That's against the rules, but thank you for sharing that with us. Tell us at this point in your life, if you could speak to your victim's family, what, if anything, would you say to them?
I would say just like I did last year, I wish I was the one that would have got killed in that crime, not their kinsman. And I'm sorry that it happened. It should not have happened, just as I testified in my trial. I testified for the victim in my trial. He should not have been killed.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you would like to say to this board today?
No.
We thank you very much for your time, sir. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
One moment as the room clears.
Not
And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes,
that
please
man is
wait as the victim joins the
institutionalized.
central office.
He's not going
Also, we have
nowhere.
a statement to be read.
Yo, this is the other side of the situation. Who's drinking coffee? Let me go make a cup of coffee. What? Oh, these are the victims and their family. Okay.
Good morning. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Charles Sherrod. Is that correct? That's correct. We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we certainly appreciate you being here with us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you?
I'm Becky Boulware, and I'm sister-in-law to the victim.
Yes, ma'am. And sir?
Samuel, or I go by Matt Boulware, and I'm the brother of the victim.
Thank you. Again, we are so very sorry for the circumstances, but we appreciate you joining us today. We do have the facts of the events, and we have heard from Mr. Sherrod. At this time, we'd like to hear from you all, whether you are for or against parole. And if either of you or both of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I am against parole.
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very much opposed and want to make a statement.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Not the snap aparts. Wow. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
Good morning. I'm Samuel Boulware, the brother of the Tom Boulware, who was murdered and mutilated by Shira and his co-defendant Sputnik, who died of natural causes while serving his life sentence. I'm glad to have the opportunity to express my strong opposition to Shira's parole. Having participated in these hearings for years now, much of what I'll say today will have been heard by some of you before, but because of member rotation of your board, my comments will probably be new to some of you. Although these hearings are not enjoyable, I always appreciate the opportunity to express my views. This year, there is an issue that I want to cover for the first time because I was not aware of it before. I will get to that shortly, but first I will comment on the basics of what I've covered in prior hearings. In total, my comments today will probably take a few minutes longer than they have in the past few years when I submitted a statement which was read to the board and also phoned in to make additional comments. I think that additional time, if any, will be well spent as I will describe an issue which I believe you will appreciate hearing about. In the interest of time and efficiency, I prepared the comments which I'm reading. To get straight to the point concerning Shira's current parole request, I and both of my surviving sisters are 100% opposed to his parole. My sisters, both of whom are in their 80s, would be here today if they were physically able to be. They, plus another sister that we lost to COVID, attended these hearings in prior years. I feel extremely justified in expressing our feelings that anyone who could do what Shira did should never be paroled. Although I understand and respect the solicitor's reasoning for not seeking the death penalty, I feel that Shara got a break when he got his life sentence instead of the death penalty. He should serve the life sentence in its entirety. My brother was very important to our family, of course.
Y'all, I'm not going to read y'all all of the gruesome details. And when I say gruesome, it's gruesome. I'm going to just say that the unaliving consisted of some dismembering. Okay. So, you guys, if you want the gruesome details, I'll drop the link to an appeal on the case. I'm trying to find the original. But it's pretty it's nasty. It's bad.
Course, and also to his many friends. We were heartbroken when we learned that he had associated with some people that he should not have. But that does not change anything about what Shira did, nor his sentence. My brother had faults, as probably all of us do, but he did many good things during his life. He grew up as the youngest child in a hardworking, well-respected, middle-class family in Fairfield County. After high school, he attended Spartanburg Junior College and then the University of South Carolina, where he earned his degree. While in the USC, he worked at the State Tax Bureau. Shortly after college graduation, he was appointed to serve out the unexpired term of the Fairfield County Treasurer, who had to retire early due to health problems. After that, Tom worked for several state and federal agencies and departments. He was not perfect, but he never by any means did anything to deserve what Shira and Spotnik did to him. There was nothing spontaneous about the murder. Shira and Spotnik had a plan, and they executed their plan. They lured my brother to the murder site, killed him in a most brutal manner, and then mutilated his body, attempting to conceal the crime. I believe that the parole board members have been informed of the gruesome details, so I do not plan to cover them again unless someone needs me to. Does everybody know the details?
Yes, sir, we do have the
Okay.
facts of the offense.
Good.
Thank you.
I don't believe that anyone who knows the details would think that Shira deserves to be paroled, to be set free to roam the city, the state, or wherever, free to do again the kind of things that he has shown to be capable of. I do not believe that Shira has been reformed. After his trial, claims surfaced that he sought murder contracts from members of the prosecution staff. While incarcerated, he has a long record of bad behavior, including possessing, using, distributing, or at least trying to distribute contraband items such as alcohol and various drugs, cell phones, possessing a weapon, and threatening to harm others. On social media, he bragged about being a gang member. His bad behavior continued during 2024, attempting to smuggle a contraband phone into prison in February and threatening to harm an employee in June, for which he is still being punished on giving up privileges or having privileges taken. Such actions do not indicate that any reformation has occurred. I am doubtful that a person who committed such heinous crimes could ever be reformed. There has never been any question about what was done, nor Shira's role in it. He eventually confessed and gave a statement to police. In his appeal to the state Supreme Court, his conviction and life sentence were both upheld. Nothing except one thing which I want to address in a minute is materially different now than it was at Shira's previous parole hearings. My family has gone through another year without my brother. The unchanged facts are: one, my brother is dead. Shira is guilty of the murder and mutilation. Shira still has a life sentence plus some months for bad behavior in prison, and nothing indicates that Shira is a different person today than he was in 1984. I trust that the parole board understands and agrees with my position and will deny Shara's parole so that justice will be served. Now, to get to an additional issue that I believe is important related to the case. I will begin this by saying that I fully understand that parole decisions and inmate custody classification decisions are two different and separate processes, as they should be. I believe that the two could be closely related. I believe that a custody classification could conceivably be a factor in parole decision, especially if the classification is changed from what it has been previously. A change in classification could and probably would be viewed as a change and either an improvement or worsening in the inmate's behavior, which seems completely logical to me to conclude that. Expressed differently, if two inmates are the same or very similar in everything, including their crimes, their sentence, the length of time served, their prison history on things like jobs, education achievements, certificates earned, and the level of support or opposition for their parole request or anything else you can name are the same, with one inmate being classified medium and the other inmate classified close, it seems logical, and I believe and hope there will be reality, that the medium custody inmate would have the better chance of being paroled. Now, let me take this from theoretical to the real world, and you will see the point that I'm getting at. The last point I described above about Shara, that nothing indicates that he is a different person today than he was in 1984, leads to what I need to talk about. I will say some things that give me a minute. I will say things that I know are true and other things that I strongly believe are true. I will try to clearly distinguish between facts and beliefs. Although I have learned a lot this year about the SCDC inmate custody classification process, I obviously am not the ultimate expert on the subject, nor on the parole process. I might say something, whether it be significant or insignificant, that you know is not correct. If so, please let me know, and I will accept and respect your input. My understanding is that the parole board is provided information, probably including the inmate's custody classification, from records maintained by SCDC Classification and Inmate Records Division. Board members and anybody else could access the information online if it is not otherwise provided to you. My concern is caused by the confirmed fact that the information can be inaccurate. And my belief is that inaccurate information could conceivably influence a parole decision. To explain further, it is documented that Shara is now correctly classified as close custody inmate, whereas he was incorrectly classified as medium custody at the time of last year's parole hearing. In fact, he was incorrectly classified as medium from August 2022 until February 2024, for a year and a half, when the SCDC Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. Anderson, got involved, confirmed that Shara's medium classification was wrong because the relatively new inmate classification process or procedures had not been correctly applied, and had his classification corrected back to close as it had been for the past 38 years before the misclassification. So he was classified medium and had to be changed to close. I believe there could be similar classification inaccuracies existing now and there could be others in the future. Unfortunately, the general public, including victims like myself, probably do not know an inmate's classification, much less what it should be. They do not understand how the classification process is supposed to work. They assume, as they should be able to, that the custody and inmate record staff do their jobs correctly, and therefore they do not personally need to keep up with classifications. While Shira was misclassified, he was held in medium custody institutions which have less supervision and less security than he should have. And he was given more privileges like visits, more phone call time, increased canteen spending, different work assignment possibilities, and maybe others that he should have had. He should have had those extra opportunities. It bothers me a great deal that Shira was misclassified and received additional unwarranted privileges. However, I take comfort in knowing that those things are all over and done with, at least for Shira. The way I look at it is his receiving the lower level security and the additional privilege is the bad news. The good news is that this parole board performed your job effectively, not allowing misclassification to affect.
So Susan Smith did get into some trouble. We talked about that like, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. But yeah, she's been in trouble. I pulled up her disciplinary record.
Today by several other means, but I elected
Let me
to travel
see.
from out of state to be here to thank you for your prior decisions and to express my opposition to Shira's current request. While I am appreciative that Shira's prior parole requests were denied, it concerns me that when a misclassification occurs, as it did in Shira's case, I believe that under certain circumstances, the parole decision could conceivably be impacted. I feel that Shira's crime is so heinous or gruesome, coupled with his really bad behavior while incarcerated, that he should never be paroled. Although this parole board has always made the correct decisions regarding Shira, even when the misclassification existed, I feel that SCDC classifications and inmate record division, by not performing their job correctly, partially, quote, paroled Shira from close custody for a year and a half. Obviously, I hope that SCDC will not allow such problems to occur, but there are reasons to believe that other inmates could currently be misclassified because of inaccuracies in the past, and that similar problems could occur in the future, unless and until it is verified and confirmed that the real root causes or systemic issues that have been properly identified and addressed. In February 2024, an Assistant Deputy Director of Operations agreed that SCDC would perform a review of the application of the classification procedures to make sure that root causes and systemic issues were identified and addressed. However, weeks and months passed with apparently little, if anything, being done, with requests for status updates being ignored, not even acknowledged. Finally, after the status request was intensified, replied in late April saying that
I'm not sure how many cases they have. I was trying to look up the itinerary for today. They start out with case 10. I don't know that the numbers are in any sort of an order, but yeah, this guy's been his brother was killed 40 years ago, and I dropped the link. I didn't pin it because I'm sure there'll be others. We're not going to be here all day. At least I'm not. If Susan's not till much later, then I might circle back a little later. I mean, this is interesting. At the end of the day, this guy lost his brother. The person who is eligible for parole, he and another person killed this man's brother and dismembered his body. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but it was on some Sade Robinson where they kind of found um, the young lady scattered all over Milwaukee. It was a similar type situation, which I'm sure is something that you just never get over. Um, just reading the little bit that I did, I was like, oh wow, this is really bad. This is
Things
awful.
like that looked to me like they were talking around the issues, but not really addressing them. For
I
example,
just think when you are at the level where you can commit a crime like that and go on about your life until you get busted, that's a risk. That's a risk because, you know, there are people among us who are evil, right? So, I don't know. I wouldn't let him back out even though he's
Sir,
in that wheelchair.
but we have no control over the classification system at the Department of Corrections.
I understand that.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing all of your comments. But the parole board has no authority to comment or anything regarding the procedures and policies that occur at the Department of Corrections.
And I appreciate it, and I recognize that, and I know that, and I stated that up front. But I feel like a few minutes ought to be allowed.
And I'm allowing you a few minutes, but if you could please wrap up your comments, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
I'm talking about comments about a subject that let somebody be misclassified for a year and a half.
Again,
So I
sir,
think
we
that's
have
worthy
no
of a few
authority
comments.
over that. We are here simply to determine if Mr. Shira is a good candidate for parole, and if so, what his guidelines would be. We do have criteria that we look at, and that is published, public information. It's on the website. I'm very sorry, but we just have no authority over classification or changing that process.
But I'm getting to things that you do have authority on.
Okay, in the interest of time, I would respectfully ask you to just speak to your comments about being opposed to parole and anything in regard to that.
She talked about having opposed the parole hearing.
I did that already.
That's all you have, that's all they want to hear. That's what they want to hear.
If you can just please summarize the rest of your.
It's like, lady, give the man a chance. His brother was cut into pieces, okay? Like this is, and I know they probably have a packed schedule, but it's like, my God, sometimes these victims, they don't really get a chance to speak.
Appreciate it, sir.
If I can
Thank
do
you.
what?
If you could please
I'm
just.
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. If you could please just, if you could summarize the rest of what you have to say, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, so, okay, I'll do that. I'll just go to the final point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, they got it together. Yeah, I feel bad for him too because that's a, I mean, that's a situation. I hope, you know what I mean, I really would not wish that on my worst enemy. And you know what I'm saying?
Can I
Like,
start where I summarize and read the final paragraphs?
Yes, sir. Certainly.
Okay. To summarize.
and she has a tough job, bless her heart, because she's got to, you know, but my God, just let the man.
The parole decisions for Shira in 2022 and 2023 were not affected. His misclassification has now been corrected, and I believe that he will always be correctly classified in the future. But Shira is just one inmate in the population of thousands. Just correcting Shira's classifications did nothing to fix the root causes and issues, although SCDC and State Inspector General act like it did. There is no confirmation that root causes issues have or will be properly addressed. Therefore, it concerns me that some other inmates might be classified wrong, either now or in the future, and in my view, in some circumstances, an incorrect classification could conceivably influence a parole decision. I'm talking in generality now, not. I believe a diligent review such as requested by State Inspector General should provide needed answers. I believe that a thorough review might identify several problems that could be viewed as root causes. For example, inadequate training on the recently revised process and procedures, reluctance to use the override feature because when it is used, the person doing review is required to perform additional documentation work for review and approval. Tendency by the CNIR classification and inmate records management to minimize the importance of accurate minimum classifications. Overzealous determination to show that the relatively new classification process will meet the stated goal of significantly reducing the number of close inmates. It was stated, and ineffective management review and control procedures. Based on my experience in trying to understand the how and why of Shower's misclassification, all listed above items seem to be real. But this is the key. But I believe that the deepest rooted cause is the cavalier attitude that seems to be present in the SCDC. Not all, of course, but too many staff seem to have the attitude that they can ignore or violate procedures without facing any consequences. And too many illustrate that they are more focused on denying or justifying problems than they are on owning and fixing them. Even resorting to misleading half-truths and or untruths to do so. And it appears that State Inspector General, for some reason, is reluctant to challenge or confront SCDC. I have tried and am continuing the effort to learn what is really being done to identify the root causes so that misclassifications will not occur.
Someone needed to tell Pop that so this is a great paper for you to send to the jail system, for the correction system. The parole board wants to hear about maybe the kids he left behind, or the children he wasn't able to have, or the lady who a fiance he didn't get to marry, the life that was not lived, and the hole in the heart of the family that was left behind by his death, and all of those things. They don't need to get a tongue lashing lesson on something that they're not in control of. And that's why the chairman was trying to shut him down, which I don't think he's getting parole anyway. But I understand the man is frustrated and he wants to get his piece out. So I get it. But, someone should have helped him write his paper. Like, stay on track of the actual request. If you want to give a statement, this is what the topic needs to be on,
And identify and address any existing misclassifications. So far, these efforts have been unsuccessful because of SCDC's
He reads like Nesta.
non-committal feedback.
Look at wife.
The Inspector General's denial of a request to perform a review, which I believe is authorized and responsible. My concerns might be viewed as overdone, but I believe they are realistic until and unless we know that the problem has been solved.
Girl, that's some single spacing right there.
Reasons to be skeptical that root causes issues have been appropriately identified and addressed, especially in light of the positions that SC and DC and State Inspector General are taking, and my belief that parole decisions could conceivably be affected. I feel justified, and this is what you asked me to get to, and it took me a while. I feel justified in asking.
He said, I'm almost there.
Please be aware of the confirmed problem and if something does not look or sound right, please ask legitimate questions for clarification. Obviously, you should be able to use the information that is maintained by the Classification and Inmate Records Division, knowing that it is accurate. We need to get to that point, but unfortunately, the facts it's described above tell us that we are not there yet. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. We appreciate all of your comments. And again, we are very, very sorry for the loss of your brother. Thank you both for traveling here with us today. If you all will exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a few moments. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're going to do the vote. And I mean, sir is old. He said the two other sisters are well into their 80s, couldn't travel. He's the only one. The brother's dead. Another sister passed away of COVID. You know what I'm saying? That's rough. Yeah, that was
Good
awful.
morning. This is Yolanda Hemingway with the Office of Victim Services. The statement will be read from Carolyn Bolware Sanders, a family member of the victim. I am the 84-year-old sister of the victim, Charles Thomas Bolware, who this piece of humanity murdered in 1984. I cannot attend the parole hearing in person, but I want you to know how important this is to my family and me. This was a heinous crime in that my brother was beaten to death with a baseball bat, his body decapitated and mutilated, and his personal belongings and vehicle burned. I would never in any shape or form agree with the notion that this murderer is paroled or released into any community ever. He would be a dangerous threat to society and a menace and nightmare for law enforcement. I request this letter be read before the full parole board, and I plead to the board not to release this murderer. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Let there be truth in the sentencing. Let him continue to serve his life sentence. Thank you for hearing my voice and considering my wishes highly. Respectfully, Carolyn B. Sanders. End of
Okay.
statement.
Now that was
The
that
room is
was
clear.
one of the sisters. That was the letter from one of the sisters.
Denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Okay, denied.
you.
He was
Our next case will be case number 28. Case number 28.
y'all, they vote on a screen.
James Robinson. One moment as Lee connects.
Look, the man in the wheelchair, the defendant or the inmate rather, he was shuffling along in his wheelchair. He said he wasn't ready to get out anyway. He didn't have anyone to sponsor his release. That man was fully institutionalized. He wasn't going anywhere. Parole event. Okay. It just requires a simple majority. Okay. Anyway, he's not getting out. Institutional record, unfavorable nature of seriousness of the crime, indication of violence in this or previous offenses, use of deadly weapon in this or previous offense, criminal record indicates poor community adjustment, and institutional record unfavorable. So if you go in there act a fool, it's a wrap. So everybody voted deny. This is interesting.
Hello there, Lee. Confirming you are Mr. James Fitzgerald Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole, sir.
Well, good morning to you all, and thank you very much for having me.
Much ago.
Well, actually, what I've done is I've maintained courses, classes that department has offered. In addition to that, I've been into a mentoring program.
His name is James Robinson.
CBU, where I'm currently living. And continue to work. Was doing vocational classes doing it while the gentleman had took sick, and the program is no longer up and running at this particular time. And as well, just continuing to stay positive and do positive things, working every day down at the prison industry with this, working with this job with a furniture service incorporated that they have coming in. And just continue to stay positive and continue to excel and do well and prepare myself for, this parole.
Did they say it was Justin Lee Robinson?
My plans is to continue to elevate and never return to those particular things and things that caused me here. My plans is to work continuously. Plan to work with this job in the prison industry that I'm working on now. If I'm paroled, they are willing to employ me there, as well as just like I say, staying positive and doing well in society.
Mr. Robinson, if you had the opportunity to speak to any of your victims, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
I would tell them, I would say to them how sorry I am and for causing them any pain and suffering.
I don't know. I don't.
Let them know that they did
You didn't miss the answer. I don't know. I haven't been able to find it. We're gonna stay as long as we can. It's okay if you gotta circle back. I do not know, hun. I tried to find it. I can't. So we're just here hanging out.
absolutely nothing to have me to violate them in any way. And I would pray every day that they had not allowed my behavior to hinder them in their daily life. I just want you all to know that I am so sorry for causing any pain or harm to anyone.
I just think he still looks like, I mean, I think he still needs
I
services.
am to this day. Although I've committed crimes, although I've done wrong.
I'm okay if he stays in.
Each and every one of you that's there today, that this is
No, we're probably.
In my life again.
I didn't want to rewind, but I didn't catch his full name, so I could Google it. Let's see. Let me just go back for a minute. We'll get his name. If you guys, when they announce the next person, if you can capture the name for me. Alika's. He seems like he still needs some services. I'm not gonna lie. India, if they say anything, I'm gonna find out. Like, I'm gonna let y'all know. But I couldn't find, I saw the schedule for today as far as like scheduled parole hearing, but they didn't have like an itinerary. But what's his name? If it was Justin Lee Robinson, Robinson is like, girl, that's a very common name. Let's see if I can get the whole name and then we'll go back. Make Beauty Forever. Look, it's okay. I think Sir believes that if it had to do with unaliving, he should not. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I'm scared of unalivers. I don't want, if there's unalivers who are in the prison, let them be where they're at. You know what I'm saying? Us people that don't do that, we deserve to have our peace. Can we have our peace, please? If you're out here unaliving, stay where you at. Okay, that's it.
Confirming you are Mr. James Fitzgerald Robinson.
Okay, James Fitzgerald Robinson. Okay, let me look him up. I'm gonna get y'all the deets. Okay, James Fitzgerald Robinson. I'm like 2 seconds away from forgetting it. This name, my God. Okay, James Fitzgerald Robinson. Okay, let's go back. He said he's very sorry though to the victims, so I can appreciate that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
And are you clean and sober today?
Yes, ma'am, I am. And I have no intentions, ma'am.
You go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I have no intentions in returning to any of those that lifestyle again. During my incarceration time, just recently, I've been under the throat cancer. I had throat cancer, and by the grace of God, it's been now in remission for about 11 years, 12 years now. And those things, the smoking and all of this stuff, right, that cause me problems, that cause me harming other folk, I would not turn back to doing those things to influence me in another way and cause other people pain and suffering. I'm just, again, my heart is so full of remorse for causing folk harm. You know, I had a family and got a family that loved me, loved folk, and have never, you know, done these things.
Thank you, sir.
And they support me. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are paroled, that you will need to register as a sex offender?
Mm.
Yes, ma'am.
Will that be an issue?
And I am, ma'am.
You were willing and able to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else?
Any?
Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know today?
I want you all to know that under any stipulations among making parole or getting granted parole, under any stipulations that you all will have me to have to go through or whatever, I tend to live through it and do it. Like no other. I just want this chance. I need this chance.
Thank you, sir.
I plead each and every one.
Are there any
you,
additional
ma'am.
questions from the board?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Murray.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
You committed a crime twice at the same residence. Can you tell me why?
Girl, she came with you committed the same crime you committed a crime at the same house twice. Can you tell me why?
I have no reasons why.
He gonna get a fail on that question.
Committing these crimes is just, I really don't know. That's a question that I can't answer.
He's getting ready to get denied on this. He's lacking self-awareness, and he's just this, I don't know why answer is why you gonna be there. Y'all, I can't even look at the chat.
But just trying to make money, get money to support those habits that I was in at that particular time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Girl, she gonna hit that deny button.
We certainly appreciate your time this morning. If you'll exit the room, sir, we will have an answer for you later today.
He needs a caseworker. It's gonna be too expensive for the state for him to be out because he needs to be like, look at us being bougie gang parole board. He needs a group home setting and he needs an ankle bracelet. If I were the judge, I would say, look, I'm going to let you release out to a group home facility with the ankle bracelet for 5 years. And after 2 years of employment and after 2 years of employment, no trouble, no getting in after curfew, like we'd have to treat you like a 15-year-old. You're going to need a time to be in. We're going to need to put a tracker on you, and you're going to have to live in a group home facility, something like that. I don't see this guy independent living. I think he's got some sort of deficiencies going on, bless his heart. But he is okay with doing crime, and if he hasn't gotten the necessary therapy and help to understand that what he's doing is wrong, keep him where he's at. I mean, I know that's probably not the right thing to do, but why do you know what I'm saying? As a citizen out here just living my life, why do I have to deal with something like that? You know what I mean? We the people who pay taxes and pay for this shit want you to handle this business, okay? That's the way I look at it.
One moment as the room clears.
Girl, get on my soapbox
That
today.
vote is clear.
I'm voting a no. When she said you got to register as a sex offender, you already know. I was like, well,
Mr.
he's
James
done.
Fitzgerald Robinson is. the
Sorry.
poll. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Look what they gave him. Okay, let's see if they finish.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they gave him, yeah, he's denied all the way around. South Carolina Board of Parole is not playing, okay? Ma'am asked
Our
that
next
good
case
question.
Will be case number 6. Case number 6, Henry Bluer, and will be represented by attorney
I'm sorry, Susan Smith, she's not going to get it. These people are not playing today.
Michael Stover, who is present with him at the institution. One moment as they connect.
I don't know if he was blind. Guys, it was James Fitzgerald Robinson. I'm not finding his case.
Hello
I'm going to
there,
look in
Allendale.
South Carolina
Confirm you are
Department of Corrections.
Mr. Henry Bluer.
Yes, ma'am.
There with you, we have attorney Michael Stover, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you both for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, gentlemen. We hope you both are doing well this morning. Mr. Bluer, I want to let you know that we did receive the packet of information that was submitted to us, and we have reviewed it, so thank you very much for that. Mr. Stover, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
I'd like to begin, and I will try to be as brief as possible to reserve time for you guys to speak with Mr. Bluer this morning. Ready to begin if the board's ready to hear from me.
Yes, sir, certainly.
Okay. Thank you all again for your time. As mentioned, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. As the board is aware, this is.
Okay, so James Fitzgerald Washington. Okay, I just pulled up his SCDC. Okay, look. Can y'all see this? Inmate search, James Fitzgerald. Let's see. Life. He got a life sentence from York County. Let me tell you something. York County is like around the corner from where I am. Mecklenburg County borders on South Carolina, York County. Like this guy gets out of jail, he's up in he's in the backyard of Charlotte. Hell to the no. Let him stay where he's at. No, I vote no. On the strength of North Carolina, keep Charlotte safe. I'm sorry. This guy doesn't even understand why he was doing what he was doing. And let's see, no disciplinary actions, no escapes. Okay, well, all right. But he got a life sentence for burglary first degree, strong arm robbery, assault and battery with intent to kill, criminal sexual misconduct, burglary first degree, criminal sexual conduct. All of this happened in York County, grand larceny and criminal. He's got 3, 1, 2, 3. Sir, it's a no. It's a no. It's a no, sir. Yeah, it's not good for the people of it's not good for the people. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link so you guys can look at this for yourself. I'll look up this other guy. Let's go back.
Henry's 9th hearing before the board. He is currently served 35 years of continuous incarceration. Henry has been incarcerated since he was 22 years old. And I'd like the board, if you could, to think back to when you were 22 and what kind of person you were.
If you guys have parole board, if you guys have any, I mean, South Carolina has a schedule, so at least we know when this is happening. I don't know if it's always televised, but I think there's videos of parole board hearings, so we could definitely, it's fun because this is live too, so we know this is happening in real time. But absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Or the things that you did, the things you enjoyed at 22, and compare that to the person you are, the things you do today, the things you enjoy doing today, and just understand that we all change over our lifetime, and Henry's no different. And the change that's occurred with him from 22 years ago to today has been rather immense. I know you've all reviewed his parole file. You've read the things that we submitted on his behalf to you. You understand that he did plead guilty to the crimes he's convicted of. He has consistently taken ownership of the things that he did, and he's consistently expressed remorse for the crimes that he committed. One thing that I would note that is absent from the parole package that we did have an opportunity to review today is that after he completed his GED, he went on to earn his high school diploma through a cooperative program that the Department of Corrections had with Somerville High School. And I do believe that the documents that show that is in the information packet that I submitted to you a few weeks back. He's been participating in many programs, Operation Behind Bars, and several other programs that show that, you know, not only is he grown and become a different person, but he's now somebody that wants to give back to his fellow inmates. He wants to give back to the community at large. Notably, he's had no disciplinary infractions since 1995. So for the past almost...
He looks scary to me. It's a no. He looks a little scary. He looks like he could be angry very quickly. He should be sitting with not a smile, but he should be maybe sitting back a little bit more, looking more open. He looks very much scary to me. I would vote no.
30 years,
I'm sorry. Just on face, I'm like, yeah, no.
having any kind of write-ups. That's kind of the functional equivalent of going 30 years without even having a speeding ticket. So obviously
yeah, but no, okay, but what did you do to get in there?
The factor.
Maybe look at this. In the real world, you ended up in prison. In prison, you're a model citizen. Everybody doesn't have a bunch of guards and cages to keep them from being their self. Okay? For the majority of us that are able to live out here and follow the rules and be civil with one another, we don't need a babysitter. This guy, you don't get a cookie for being a model citizen in detention. You get the reward of freedom being a model citizen out in the free world. And if you can't handle that, you end up in prison. You don't get a cookie for being good in prison. You get to be free in the free world doing the right thing. So I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I guess I would be awful on the they wouldn't want me on there because it would be almost no for everybody. You have to really be doing your damn thing to get out, to get a vote from me.
That you guys consider the respect for authority, the ability to keep himself out of trouble. He's shown that over the past 30 years during incarceration.
I don't care.
No drug or alcohol.
Girl, I don't know how to spell this man's name, or else I would have his report pulled up. What did they say? It was Henry Lure? I have no clue.
Since then, either.
Hold on, let me ask Siri.
One of the things to keep in mind is because of his participation in Operation Behind Bars and the other things that he's done, he has been consistently and regularly screened with urinalysis and things. So, you know, there's ample evidence that he has not had issues with alcohol or drugs during his incarceration for the past 30 years. I think if you review the Compass report and all the documents that we sent in, you understand that he poses very, very little to no risk of recidivism, very, very little to no risk of violent recidivism. And I think it's time for the board to let Henry, you know, restart his life outside of prison. Pending any questions for me from the board, that's all I have for you this morning.
For all the information. And again, you answered a number of our questions within the packet, so thank you for that. Mr. Bluer, tell us how you feel about.
Oh, it's Bluer.
I feel terrible that it happened. I wish I could go back. I wish that I could change things, but I can't. So I grow from it and I've learned from it and I've learned the value of life since I've been in prison. And I told my lawyer earlier, I said, prison did me really good. I'm glad I come to prison, but I hate that I came to prison for what I came to prison for, because I can never give them their life back, but I could live my life for them by helping others and stuff like that, dedicating my life.
He needs to stop it.
Trying to change other people's lives. Like through Operation Behind Bars, I talk to troubled kids and stuff that come in. I was a troubled kid my whole life growing up. And I try to talk to them and tell them ways to stay out of prison instead of trying to come to prison. Drugs and alcohol is the main factor of people
I
coming to
did
prison. That's what I
Bluer,
preach against.
BLUER. He's not coming up.
Can you assure us that if we grant you parole, that something like this would never happen again?
Well,
I'm not the same person that I was when I committed my crime. I'm not in the same mindset. I don't even have the same values that I had back then, the same perspectives. Everything in me has changed. I'm a totally different person now than when I was on the street.
Is your plan still to go to Jumpstart?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond Jumpstart, what are your plans?
oh, I got it.
To drive trucks and operate heavy equipment. I plan to buy me a little trailer and maybe half-acre of land and join the church and try to give back to the community. I still want to work with prosecutors and stuff through Operation.
I thought he was going to say prostitutes. Sonia, you got yourself a inmate, boo-boo. Here we go. I found him. It's BLEWER. I tried like about 6 different spellings. Sir, let's see what sir did. Girl, aggravated assault. Baby, stop. Aggravated assault and battery, kidnapping, murder, and vehicle theft. It's a no for me. It's no. No, 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 no. You know, we're gonna say no. It's a no. No, sir. I mean, he might have a little bit of coin because he came with a lawyer. So my bad, y'all. Hold on. My bad, y'all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I just.
Did you guys didn't get to hear it.
I had back then the same perspectives, my life for them by helping others and stuff like that, dedicating my.
I'm sorry, you guys didn't get to hear his answer. Look at Sis's
Tell us
hair.
How you feel about the crimes that you're convicted of?
I feel terrible that it
I got
happened,
you
though.
now.
I wish I could go back. I wish that I could change things, but I can't. So I grow from it and I've learned from it and I've learned the value of life since I've been in prison. And I told my lawyer earlier, I said, prison did me really good. I'm glad I come to prison, but I hate that I came to prison for what I came to prison for, because I can never give them their life back, but I could live.
Bible lady said, just it's a no for everybody.
My life for them by helping others and stuff like that, dedicating my life to trying to change other people's lives. Like through Operation Behind Bars, I talk to troubled kids and stuff that come in. I was a troubled kid my whole life growing up.
She might be using that freeze spray that people use for their wigs.
And I try to talk to them and tell them ways to
Yes,
stay
they're
out of
all
prison.
bad. Yes, I did see
Instead of
that on
trying
the
to kill
schedule.
prison. Drugs and alcohol is the main factor of people coming to prison, and that's what I preach against.
The fact that he has a lawyer, the fact he has a lawyer tells me he has a little bit of coin, but I'm sorry. I dropped the link. You guys can look at his whole situation. It doesn't give you a whole lot of background, but it tells you about what he's been doing since he's been in South Carolina Department of Corrections. And it's a no. It's a no.
Assure us that if we grant you parole, that something like this would never happen again.
Because I'm not the same person that I was when I committed my crime. I'm not in the same mindset. I don't even have the same values that I had back then, the same perspectives. Everything in me has changed. I'm a totally different person now than when I was on the street.
Is your plan still to go to Jumpstart?
What is Jumpstart?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond Jumpstart, what are your plans?
To drive trucks and operate heavy equipment. I plan to buy me a little trailer and maybe half acre of land and
This is Sonia, this is your next boo thing, baby.
go to church and try to give back to the community. I still want to work with prosecutors and stuff through Operation Behind Bars to tell my story, not just
Not Operation
to
Behind
children,
Bars.
but to adults and anybody that'll listen.
All right, I want to let you know that we did also receive a letter separate from your packet from Miss Gilstra, a community organizer, and that has been placed in your parole file. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to tell us today, sir?
That I'm not the same person I was when I committed my crime, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry from the bottom of my heart.
He
Not just to
looks
the state of South Carolina,
scary.
but to my victim's family also.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? Mr. Staver, anything in closing, sir?
Let's see the vote. I love my favorite part of this is like the immediate vote.
You being here today and for all of the information. If you all will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today.
You're giving him a no. Hey, Stacy.
Thank you.
Blue.
Next one clears.
Miss Mary's good.
And
We
the
already
vote
know
is
Miss
so
Mary's
that
giving a
additional
no.
one facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait as the victim joins by telephone.
I'm gonna look up that other guy too, the first one.
Yes, can I speak with, is this Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, ma'am, this is him.
Yes, if you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Henry Bluer.
My name is Jeremy Wainwright Schaefer. I'm the son of Lucian Wainwright Schaefer, the deceased, and Henry's my uncle.
Thank you, sir. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Schaefer. We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing today, but thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know from you whether you are for or against parole, and if you would like to make a statement, you are welcome to do so, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm for parole at this time, and I'd like to make a little quick statement. I know y'all don't have all day.
It's okay. You go right ahead.
Okay. Mr. Henry, I know he was incarcerated for 36 years almost. We keep in touch on the phone. We wrote, we remorsed together. He has achieved so many programs in the system, helping other inmates to get out and be a positive life. I know Henry, he's very remorseful for what's taken place back in '89, all due to drugs, believe it or not. And I believe he's very forgiving and we were raised to forgive. And I know my dad would want to give him a second chance also, you know, to better his life and get out. And I promised him that I would help him in any way I could if he was paroled. And my understanding is if he is released, he will be going to a jump start. So I checked in all that, and that's a wonderful program also. But I just can please consider my uncle on parole at this time, and thank y'all for y'all's time.
So it's his uncle, and the man killed his dad. That's a horrible place to be. That's awful. Mm.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We really do appreciate you calling in to speak with us.
So it's the victim's brother, but the man on the phone, that's his uncle. So this man killed his brother. I dropped the link to his crime. The last link I dropped was the first guy that we saw. This guy is Henry Frampton Bluer, and he aggravated assault, battery, kidnapping, murder, and vehicle theft. That's a lot on your brother, and then the kids who had to deal with it, and the nephew who has no choice but to honor his father and feel like he needs to forgive his uncle. But I'm sorry, like I don't know. I'm just I couldn't forgive it. I'm
Someone from
sorry.
Victim Services will be back in touch with you to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, sir. We wish you well.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Please
Bye-bye.
wait as the road clears.
She got up, beat her face, put her pearls on, styled her hair, got some of that
The room is
got to
clear.
be freeze spray.
Is there any discussion?
Okay, well, oh well. He got one.
Please, Mr. Boyd,
Denied.
Mr. Eldridge,
Denied.
Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Taylor, Mr. Wideman,
Denied.
and I have denied. Mr. Henry Frampton Bluer is denied parole. The vote is 5-1. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 35.
Next
Next
case.
case is case number 35. Craig Anthony Stubbs. One moment as Evans connects.
What they say, Greg Anthony Stubbs. Let me look him up. Greg
Hello there,
Anthony.
Evans. Confirming you are Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs.
Oh, Craig.
Yes.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Stubbs. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I prepare myself by
Oh,
attending all the
Jesus.
classes that was required, attending any other class that I can.
Hold on, guys. Just so we know what we're working with. Mr. Stubbs was in Chesterfield County. Murder, armed robbery, and grand larceny. Okay. Disciplinary actions. Just in February, he had possessions of narcotics, marijuana, unauthorized drugs. October, drugs of 22. In August of 21, he committed something else. Okay. Another act defined as a felony by law in South Carolina. Okay. Okay. Look at all these disciplinary actions. Sir's denied. Okay. Okay. Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs. Okay, let's hear his story. Okay. I'll drop the link for his thing.
Education with the jobs that I worked with, and I know. I guess that's about all I done.
All right. What is your plan if you are paroled?
My plan is to work and to maybe get into a drug treatment program and to
You said that's
be a
necessary.
positive community person.
We are We're looking at your institutional record, and you have some infractions from this year. In February, you were using some type of narcotic. What was that?
But it was described as marijuana, but the officer said that by her experience, I was under the influence. She never made no confirmation on that matter.
Have you used anything since then?
No, ma'am.
And you mentioned that you might want to participate in a drug treatment program. Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, ma'am. I've completed a couple of classes for drug treatment.
Sonia, if you're having a hard time with Nesto, baby, you can reach out to, since you're in Georgia. Girl, I just dropped the link. His name is Craig Anthony Stubbs. His number is 00134-683. Go get you some. I think he's not going to be paroled. He's got a life sentence for unaliving. Okay. Go ahead and reach out. Okay. Gosh, this is almost like if there's anyone out here watching who likes inmates, they might feel like this is a little bit of a dating situation. Girl, get a new pen pal.
All right. If you could speak to your victims or their family, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
That I was young and foolish at the time that this crime was committed, and that my actions are no longer looked at, and I'm very truly sorry for the loss of the family. If I could change anything, I would. I've since learned to be a man and not a young boy that was doing good
I mean, you're 65 years old. What do you think?
things. I now value life and accept my responsibility for the things that I've done. And I hope for forgiveness and hope that the family can forgive me as I pray to Lord Jesus Christ to forgive me for my crimes.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you want to tell us today, sir?
That I'm truly sorry for my past actions, and that I've learned that now to how to live, to be a man, and to survive, and try maybe pray that this committee would give me a second chance, if you provided for my co-defendant, to reform myself and to show you that I can.
Hold on a second. Let me show you guys something. So he had some work credit, right? He's been working. His last job he had as a ward keeper for 7 days. He lost it. He was placed in some sort of custody. He had another job as a ward keeper from 10/15/23 to 3/11/24. He was terminated due to assault, drugs, and something else. Okay. He had another job for a year. So I guess custody review, I don't know what that was about, but he had another job in 2022 for approximately less than 3 months. Assault, drugs, something else. Like, he's been a mess. Okay. He can't even hold down a job in the jail.
I can make you proud by giving me a chance to show you that I would never commit any more crimes against any state or anywhere. And I've
Not any state or anywhere.
Realized that I've been asking for out-of-state parole, that I'm trying to get to a state that have more
He needs to stop.
opportunities for people who've been convicted of crimes and crimes such as I have. They have programs down there that would help me to rehabilitate and to stay positive and to be accepted into society again, and to dwell in a better environment and help me get better jobs and all. This program called Savannah Impact Program, I've been communicating with them, asking them for acceptance to their program, and they have a very high.
So you want to go to Georgia? So he said something in Savannah. Okay.
Rate of not recidivism for inmates not to come back, or you know what I'm saying, offend. And I'd like to be a part of that program.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? All right, Mr. Stubbs, thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your time. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today.
All right, thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victims join from central office.
You got to be coming through on some real, I agree with you, Bible lady. You got to come through on some real transformational situation to get some pass-throughs over here. Are these the victim's family? Well, you already know how this is going to go.
I'll have a seat and be comfortable.
And I mean,
Here for the parole consideration case of Craig Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you so much for joining us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Nancy Lee, the mother of the victim.
Thank you.
Patrick Lee, brother of the victim.
Bonnie Lee Claiborne, cousin of the victim.
Dale Lee, cousin of the victim.
Thank you. And again, we appreciate you all being here, and we're very sorry for the circumstances. At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you were for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I'll attempt to be brief and save you all time for the much long day you probably have of doing more of these. We oppose and strongly make an appeal to you all to oppose Craig Stubbs being released. Y'all sit and look at a piece of paper to review cases and incidents that have happened in the past, and you have to make a decision. It's not always easy with a piece of paper because ink fades, memories fade, and circumstances don't always stay fresh in the minds of people that are not always close to victims. You have a tremendous responsibility and a burden upon you. And I'm sure y'all take that extremely serious.
he just looks so hurt. I feel so bad for these families.
But I would also ask you to please maintain the fire that is.
That's the mama.
You all.
It's mom, brother, and the cousins in the back.
To the cases that need to be overseen and the right decisions made. The paper fades, but the value of the life we should all hold extremely delicate. The measure of a life itself is why justice was actually constructed, and that we must value it. It's not an easy decision for some of y'all, I'm sure sometimes, but we must think that my brother was a young man, 18, 19 years old. I was just 11, 12 when this happened.
Do you imagine your brother is murdered and you're 11 years old? Your big brother? I'm sorry. And sir, yeah.
And they made a decision as an offender to brutally murder him. Tied him up, shot him 4 times in the back of the head was not a mistake. That was a conscious decision. And I ask you to maintain the value of a life and preserve justice. And that you have that burden, but you also have that duty. And you can make the world a better place. And this isn't about revenge. or unnecessary suffering. It is so we do maintain the value of a life.
I completely agree.
And we thank you for taking a moment for allowing us to speak and come forward to ask this. And I challenge you all, make this final appeal to you all. Jeff Lee was a young man, and his justice needs to continue for him. And I thank you all for allowing us to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We certainly appreciate your comments. And again, we are so very sorry for the loss of your brother. Does anyone else wish to speak? And you all are in agreement with Mr. Lee's statement. Well, again, we thank you all for taking the time to be here with us today. If you all will exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a few moments. We wish you well.
Mom can't even talk. Okay. And I don't blame her. I'm sure it's just still awful, just like it happened yesterday. See, this, let me just say this, because we look at a lot of crime, right? Oftentimes we don't really get to see what the victims, hear from the victims' families and stuff like that. And when you hear, I mean, it's like, I'm all for prosecuting the right person and having them get their fair, their due process and a fair shake and all of that. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of pain and suffering behind a lot of what these people went through, even when it's not a death, like these financial crimes. We don't know what kind of a bind. We talk about Nesto a lot. We don't know what kind of a bind he's put some of these people in financially, so sometimes, people have to think about that, it's outside of what just seems like right, fair, and just in your mind. It's like what actually is, and what havoc they have wreaked on other people's lives. Yeah, I don't think they're based on what they've done today. This man's not getting anything. Girl, look, all across the board.
Ms. Stubbs is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Members 1, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Susan better go and unpack her bag. Susan Smith is.
Our next case will be case number 16, James Fossick.
And I could be wrong, but it seems like they're doing the men first. I don't know. We've had a succession of men. So I'm just wondering if it's like the men first right now. Bye, Craig. What'd they say? James Fawcett? Let's hear the name.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 16, James Fossick. Case number 16,
James Fossick.
One woman as Perry connects.
James Fossick.
Hello there, Perry. Confirm you are Mr. James Donald Fossick.
Yes, ma'am.
James Donald.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Fossick. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Learned a skill that I feel like I would be an asset to the public. I've been involved in a CBU program for 5 years now. And I've kept my nose clean and stay away from trouble. That's pretty much to prepare myself to be released if it's the will of the board.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
I was smoking marijuana, yes, ma'am.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
I haven't touched anything in the last 17 years. I've pretty much done away with it. But I mean, if it's required to take an ATU program, I'll do that.
And who do you plan to live with, and where do you plan to work if you are paroled?
I have to sign up for a parole employment program until I can find the job that I'm looking for. But I plan on living with a friend in Richmond, Horwath, and Liberty and Anderson County.
Mr. Fossick, if you could speak to your victim's family at this point in your life, what, if anything, would you say to them?
I am sorry for deepest parts of my heart. I know I caused him an unimaginable amount of pain. I own with debt, I can never really pay it. And I just wish I had never put Mary Lee in that situation. It was an accident, shouldn't have never happened. And I am sorry.
Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know today?
No, man, that's about it.
Are there any additional questions for the board?
I was just wondering, no, no, I don't.
Well, we thank you for coming in and thank you for your time, sir. If you will exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you, Mr. Fossick.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta wait till they put him up on the board because I cannot figure out how to spell this man's name.
One moment as the room clears.
Moment as the room clears. Let's vote.
And the room is clear. We do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victims join from central office, and then we will bring a telephone victim in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are here for the parole consideration of James Fossick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you please state your name for the record and your interest in this case?
My name is Jonathan Gasser. I was the lead prosecutor here in Richland County on Mr. Fossick's second trial, the trial for which he is currently incarcerated on.
Okay, so I mean, damn, the prosecutor comes back. You already know this one's a no. He put his suit on and he got his portfolio out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gasser. I think we have an additional victim we need to bring in at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Hold, please.
Thank you.
I tried FAW, SIK, FAU. Let me try this other one.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Witten.
It's Mrs. Witten and son Jeff.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize. Please state your
That's
name.
fine.
If you could, but please state your name and relationship to the case of James Fossick.
My name is Sandra Witten, and Lee was my daughter.
Thank you, ma'am. And also, if your son.
Do you need for him to tell you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. Please state your name and relationship to the case of James Fossick.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. My name is Jeff Witten, and I'm Lee's brother.
Thank you. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning to the Wittens. I want to let you know that we do have Mr. Gasser here with us in central office. Thank you for joining us by phone. We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought all of you to be a part of this hearing today, but we certainly appreciate you joining us. Ms. Witten, do you want to begin, or would you
Thank
like
you.
Mr. Gasser to go first?
Mr. Gasser could go first.
Yes.
And thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Gasser.
Madam Chairwoman, this is, I've been present during all of Mr. Fossick's parole hearings, but just for the record, I first got involved in this case when I was a law clerk. I believe it was the summer of 1986. It was dubbed the Summer of Fear here in the greater Columbia area because Sherry Faye Smith went missing, Deborah May Helmick went missing, and Mary Lee Witten went missing. And of course, the first two were victims of Larry Jean Bell. And unfortunately for Mary Lee, she was victim by James Fossick. Mr. Fossick abducted her in the lower Richland area of Richland County, took her to a wooded area, he raped her, and then he crushed her skull with a few. He was originally arrested and prosecuted, I believe it was late 86 or early 87. It was my third year of law school. I worked on the case as a law clerk. He was convicted, sentenced to life. 9 years later, his case was overturned on post-conviction relief as a result of an error that then Solicitor Anders had made. He was granted the new trial in 1995. I was then the deputy solicitor here in Richland County, and I was the lead prosecutor in 1996. You have all of the facts before you. One of the things I did want to state for the record, I worked on over 400 murder cases in my 20 years as a federal and state prosecutor, including 89 jury trials. And the one thing that stands out with Mr. Fossick with me were his eyes. I sat there and watched him over a period of several days, twice. His first trial in the 80s, and then when I prosecuted them in 1996. And he just had dark, emotionless eyes. And I just would never forget those eyes. And I would respectfully request on behalf of the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office and the Richland County Sheriff's Department, who granted me permission to come for all of Mr. Fossick's parole hearings. And we are opposed to him being released from prison. And I thank you for the time that you've given me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gasser. Thank you.
Let me let you guys see this. I found it, guys. Fossick. Okay. He's 57 years old. These are the eyes that we heard about. We saw him. He had all the right answers. His first conviction overturned. Then he was, rightfully convicted again. He needs to stay where he's at. I mean, based on, like he said, it was the summer of fear, 1986. We're good on that. We don't, sometimes some of these criminals, these guys that do what they do, the unaliving, some of those people are, they kind of know each other. So I just, it's a no. I don't think he's getting out.
I do. And thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for my daughter, Lee. I am her voice. I was 41 when she was taken from us. I'm now 80 years old. And all I have left are pictures and memories. She loved animals, and she took that part-time job at that animal clinic, and that led to her death at his hands. My daughter Kay reminded me this week, she lives in Colorado, and she reminded me that South Carolina is a law and order state. And I thank God for that. It doesn't get easier at all, because I have nothing left. I oppose his being released, and I thank you for all the work that you do for the state of South Carolina. And I thank all of the victims advocates in your office. They are so kind and helpful. And I again want to thank Johnny Gasser for all his hard work and kindness through the years. And I am opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. Mr. Whitten, did you wish to say anything, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to say that I'm opposed, and also to thank you and Mr. Gasser for what y'all do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And again, we are so very, very sorry for your loss. But thank you all for taking the time to join us today. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gasser. If you all will please exit the rooms, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Wait for the room to clear. It's clear.
Mr. James Donald Fossick is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case
Well,
will be case number 11. Case number 11, Billy Clanton. One moment as water reconnects.
okay, Billy Clanton. Let's see if we can find Billy Clanton easy. Billy.
Hello there, Watery. Confirming you are Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Clanton. We hope you're doing well. Please tell us what you've done to get ready for parole.
Y'all take a look. Baby, you guys are gonna look a mess, right? This is introducing Billy Dennis Clanton, guys. That neck. He's huge. It says DV first degree, so we don't know what exactly he did. But he got 5 years, 10 years. So maybe it's 15 years or maybe it's a 10. I'm not really sure. Let's see. Eligible for parole, projected release date is 2028. He's gonna get out eventually. He's only been in for 2 years. Sorry. He's been in for 2 years on some DV. He can sit. Girl, okay. I'll drop the links to you guys, any of you guys who want to do some further study of the matter. But that neck is thick. Let's go for the vote. Hold on. Let's see what he has to say. I just love when they ask a question, they have no good answer.
No, ma'am.
Do you have any children with her?
Not that I know of. I know that
Okay, not that I know of.
somebody said that she had got pregnant, but I don't think it's mine, just to be honest.
He needs to check on that paternity matter. Okay. Us okay.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
Oh,
I
they
would
look
just
like
like
they're
to have
gonna
an
go on break.
opportunity to go back out and become a productive member of society, because before I got locked up, I was working 6 days a week, and I made a bad decision, and I know now what not to do, and that the answer ain't in that bottle. And thank to God that I haven't drank anything in going on 4 years now, and I don't plan on drinking nothing else.
Well, that's because you're locked up.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Clanton, thank
no,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your
Okay. I wonder if this is the victim. Ma'am must have used like some setting spray for her makeup because her makeup is set. Okay. Along with her got to be spray. Please. You think so? I mean, some people do dry up while they're in jail, but it's because they have to be, right? Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. She looked disgusting. Okay, I think I dropped the link. Hopefully I did. Okay. I'll put all of these you guys they're on the screen. Come on now. I think they're doing all the men first. Well, I got a spoiler alert for you. He's denied. Okay.
Dixie D's ex-stepdaughter. Melissa Schimber, ex-wife.
Ladies and family, we appreciate you being here, and we're very sorry for the circumstances. At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Against.
It's not necessary, but if you'd like to say anything else, you're welcome to, but you certainly don't have to. Well, thank you for being here, and again, we are very, very sorry for
They're too scared to even talk.
the circumstances, but we wish you both the very best. If you'll exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a moment.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
She has a little resting bitchy face, but okay.
Please wait as OVS Hemingway has a statement to be read.
Okay. He's denied, guys.
Statement will be read from Jamie Dees, the victim. I am opposed to parole. Mr. Clanton tried to strangle me on the night of December 31st,
Okay.
January 1st, 2020, during an argument when I terminated the relationship. Since the first attempt he made to take my life, I have not felt safe, as he has stated he wants to finish what he started if released.
Okay.
Not only do I fear my life, but the lives of my children as well. He will only do this again, as he already has, after faking an illness to be released the first time. He will continue his actions until he finally succeeds to taking a woman's life. Respectfully, Jamie Dees. End of statement.
The room is clear.
Okay, period. He's denied. That's a boom, 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 boom. Okay, there we go.
Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1, 2, and 4. Thank you.
Okay, looks like they're on
The
break.
time now is 10:30 a.m. We will pause for our first 10-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
We're going to reclaim some of our time. And it looks like they're starting with the women. I don't know if it was purposeful that they were doing the men first, but if that's what it was, then that's what it was. Because it didn't seem like it was any specific institution. It just seemed like it was all men first. There was about 6 cases. So looks like they're gonna get back to business because I think I saw a woman. Let's see.
Hello there, Goodman, confirming you are Ms. Danica Felder.
Danica Felder.
Thank you. And their support site confirming you are here in support of Ms. Felder. You all verbally advise you are in support of Ms. Felder.
Yes.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Y'all wait a second. Okay, this is guys introducing Danica Felder. Okay. Ma'am is 33 and ma'am took somebody out in Orangeburg, South Carolina. She has had an infraction in April of 23. And I guess we're gonna hear her story. Let's see. She's had some jobs, just looks like lateral transfer, medical, no like real terminations for for poor performance or acting out, just institutional transfer, those kind of things. Okay. This is ma'am. She's been in jail since 2021 and she has a 10-year sentence. It looks like she's now becoming eligible. It looks like her projected release date is 2028. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Felder, and good morning to the ladies at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ms. Felder, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I took classes, a lot of self-meditating and going to church and just getting myself together.
Can she sit up a little bit? It's like all we're seeing are the glasses and the very well laid 2 French braids.
To get parole and going up for trying for housing and putting applications for halfway house.
Is your plan to go to a halfway house if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you were convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
And what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you could speak to them?
I'm sorry. I hate that it's happening. I wish I could take it all back. I'm a changed person. I'm not the way I used to be, and I just want a chance to get out of here and just make things right and live a good life and be a positive citizen and give back. And I just hate that it's happening. I'm sorry, and I'm very remorseful.
All right, Ms. Felder, how can you assure us that something like this would never happen again if we granted you parole?
Staying around positive people, not doing things that I used to, keeping a track mind, staying in the church, raising my son, and working and living a positive life.
All right, thank you. What's the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
That it's okay to walk away and realizing what I did wrong and changing myself and realizing how I could be a better person and taking the steps to be a better person.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today before I give your supporters a
Not
chance
the
to
best
speak?
jailhouse braider.
I just pray that I'm given the chance. I'm not the way I used to be anymore. I changed in so many ways, and I'm very remorseful and wish to have a second chance at life.
All right, I see that you had an infraction in April of 2023 for some type of narcotic. What were you using then?
I was Remeron. It was a sleeping medication.
All right, are you still?
And now I have my own prescription for it.
You do, okay. Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would be willing to continue to comply with if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Felder, please.
My name is Barbara Isaac. I am Danika's aunt.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. The other lady?
My name is Cindy Felder, and I'm Danika's mother.
Thank you, Ms. Felder. We appreciate both of you ladies being here to support her today. Do either of you wish to speak on her behalf?
Didn't understand the question.
I just said, would either of you like to speak on behalf of Ms. Felder?
Yeah, like I said, I'm Danica aunt, and I knew her all her little life, when she born. And sometimes my kids, tends to stray away, even though they were up in the church. But, life is like a learning thing. Things happen. And I just pray that hope that you guys can, kind of give her another chance, to prove herself. So I just, like I say, I knew her all over her life, and I think she's a pretty good kid, and things just happen. And it's no excuse for what she did, but I just hope that she's learned that things don't have to be the way it turned out to be.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. Ms. Felder, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I think she learned a lesson, and I pray that y'all grant her mercy. She do have a 12-year-old son, and he misses her and loves her very much. And I feel that she learned a lesson, and I hope y'all grant her mercy.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here. She's very fortunate to have your support. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, ladies, thank you for joining.
Let me tell you guys what happened. This is from an article, June 10th, 2020. And am I going to be able to see this? Hold on. Okay, let's see. Is this it? Okay, I have to go to a different publication. It's like every publication now you've got to be a Let's see. Am I gonna be able to see this one? Okay, Danica or Danica. Oh man. Well, we're not gonna know because you have to subscribe to everything. Orange program info. Let's see if I can find a publication that we can actually read the article. I'll let you guys, I'll send it to you guys. I'll drop it down to the chat. Looks like it was a stabbing. So I'm not really sure what the circumstances were around it because you have to subscribe to the Times and Democrat. And I'm not. But in any case, it looks like it was a stabbing situation. And that's all I know. If I can figure out more, I'll let you guys know.
Joining us. If all of you will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, that's still being cleared too. And the room is clear.
Is this going to be the first? Well, they probably didn't give it to her because she wasn't ready yet.
Parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our
Well,
next case will be case number 37,
okay.
Matthew Thomas.
Thank you, Sham.
Case number 37, Matthew Thomas. One moment as Tiger River connects.
Matthew Thomas.
Hello there, Tiger River. Confirming you are Mr. Matthew Randall Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all, check out Matthew. Jesus. Can y'all see this? Okay. Come on now. Some lewd and lascivious. It must be real nasty because he got 10 years. And then also contributing to the delinquency of a minor. So he's probably a SA. He's gonna have to register SA, and he looks scary AF. He's been there since 2022. I'm gonna just say no. He hasn't been working. He did get a couple little vocational vouchers. Okay. But yeah, he's gross. He's a creepy yoki. He's down there in Horry County. Okay.
Thank you for joining
It's
your
gonna be a
board.
no.
Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I've been doing Adobo certificates. I've been finding a house, a halfway house to go to. And
Nothing.
I don't know what else to say.
Which halfway house have you applied to?
It's called the AYA house.
Okay, and what is your plan beyond that?
To find a good job and save up my money and like buy a car, buy a house, do everything I should have done before I got arrested.
Mr. Thomas, you were convicted of criminal sexual conduct with a minor, 3rd degree. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed your crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, have you done to address those issues?
I've been going to Narcotics Anonymous. I've been hanging out with people that are trying to stay clean and do the right thing and all that.
How long have you been clean?
Since August 28th.
Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
It is.
Right. Is this probation violation still pending?
I don't think so. I had a friend call up there and she said they didn't have any warrants for me in North Carolina. So
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today?
just regardless if I make it or not, I'm improving myself. So that's it.
Do you understand that you will need to register as a sex offender if you are granted parole or when you max out your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
We thank you for coming in, Mr. Thomas. Are there any additional questions from the board?
No, ma'am.
All right. If you will please exit the room, sir, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as we have the victims join from central office and also Anderson remote office.
Good morning.
Yes, Anderson remote office?
Yes, we're here.
Yes. Can you please state your name and your relationship to the case of Matthew Thomas?
I'm Carmen Jensen, and I'm the mother of one of the victims.
Joanne Jensen, I'm one of the victims.
Thank you both. Please wait for the board to address you.
Thank you, ladies. We do have two other people here in central office. Ladies, I need you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case.
My name's Rebecca Reed, and I'm the mother of the victim. My name's Kaylee Dupree, and I'm the older sister of the victim.
Thank you all so very much for being here with us today. We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we certainly appreciate you joining us. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Mr. Thomas. At this time, we'd like to hear from you all whether you are for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Would you all like to begin here in Central or the folks at the satellite office in Anderson? Who would like to start?
I can start.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
That's fine.
Again, I'm Rebecca Reed. I'm the mother of the victim, Chloe Dupree. I'm here today. I wrote what I was going to say because I didn't want to forget it. To express my extreme opposition to the parole of Matthew Thomas. On October 5th, 2021, he committed a horrific sexual assault against my daughter, Chloe. This crime committed in front of 11-year-old Bella has had a devastating and irreversible impact on both Chloe and Bella's lives. Chloe has endured severe trauma, including multiple suicide attempts, one of which left her in ICU. She's been in and out of mental institutions. Bella, who witnessed the assault, has also been deeply affected, experiencing her own emotional and psychological trauma. Our bond with Chloe as a family has been deeply damaged, and I'm deeply concerned about her future as well as the lasting effects on Bella. I want the parole board to know that I don't have a hate for Matthew Thomas. I've known Matthew Thomas since he was 12 years old. When he was a troubled teen, I took him in and I tried to help him before my children were born. And despite my best efforts to guide him, he continued to struggle. Matthew was in the hospital the day Chloe was born. So it's with a heavy heart that I have to be here today before you. More recently, he came to Myrtle Beach seeking my support in sobriety. His attempts at sobriety were inconsistent, and with one period lasting up to a year, but ultimately he was unable to maintain it. The assault happened with Chloe while she was babysitting a friend's dog with her younger friend Bella. Matthew Thomas showed up at the house. He convinced her to try alcohol for the first time and convinced her to take extra seizure meds. While she was drugged, he sexually assaulted her in front of an 11-year-old. This experience has left Chloe struggling with severe PTSD, anxiety, and depression. She has difficulty trusting people and has become increasingly withdrawn. Chloe's trauma is manifested in numerous ways. She has nightmares and flashbacks that make it difficult for her to sleep. She's become isolated, withdrawing from friends and family, and has lost interest in activities she once enjoyed. The emotional and psychological scars are profound. And despite ongoing therapy, her recovery is slow and still uncertain. Chloe dropped out of school. She stopped taking care of herself physically. And she's even shaved her head in a moment of duress. Bella, too, has been affected, struggling with fear, anxiety, and trust issues as a result of witnessing the assault. Matthew Thomas has a history of drug abuse, and the fact that he was on probation at the time of the assault further demonstrates his disregard for the law and his potential to reoffend. His actions show a pattern of behavior that poses a continued threat to society. To my knowledge, he's shown no remorse for his action and hasn't taken responsibility for the harm he caused. The lack of accountability is deeply concerning and suggests that he has not undergone necessary rehabilitation to ensure his harm to others in the future. His inability to
This is so sad, guys. Oh my God, this is so sad. But you know, it's just awful. And again, a lot of times we don't see the victims. We don't, we just hear from the criminal or the accused who's like, oh, this, that, and that. They've always got an excuse, something. And, this is awful. This is this is a nightmare.
To maintain sobriety even with support, and his history of violating probation continues to highlight his disregard for legal boundaries and societal norms. The fact that he committed such a heinous crime while on probation underscores his potential danger to the community. If released, I feel there's a significant risk he could reoffend, putting others at risk of similar harm. Furthermore, that lack of remorse and failure to take responsibility for his actions suggests he has not internalized the gravity of his crime. The mindset is dangerous as it indicates a lack of empathy and understanding and consequences of his actions. Without genuine remorse, commitment to change is unlikely, and he will not be able to reintegrate into society safely. May he be eligible for parole while Chloe continues to live with the devastating consequences of his actions. It's unjust that he should be granted an opportunity to move forward with his life while she continues to suffer. The impact on our family has been profound. We do live with the emotional toll on all of us, and it has been immense. Chloe's siblings are also affected as they struggle to understand and cope with what happened to their sister and why she changed. I urge you to consider the severity of Matthew Thomas's crime and that you do not grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Mom wrote that letter. She wrote that.
And again, we are so very, very sorry for all that your family has been through. And we certainly hope that Chloe will be well. Ladies at Anderson, do either of you wish to speak?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very much opposed to Matthew being on parole or released in any way early. I go by Nikki. My name is Nikki Jensen. My daughter is Bella. And the best way I can describe it, because Becca hit it way better than I ever could, is that their family was the first family that I found in recovery. Our kids bonded rather quickly. And, through all the years in recovery together, we have grown very, very close. So though our kids are friends, we are very much like a family. And when Matthew came to that area and had been in Becca's life for so long, you know, we all welcomed him and never thought twice about welcoming him as another one of us. None of us ever foresaw this happening. And like Becca said, our kids have not been the same since. Their bond has not been the same since. My daughter watched something shortly after she was honest about something that happened to her in her past. So it was like back-to-back trauma for her. And neither girl has been the same since. Their friendship's not the same. The family dynamics are not the same. I watched Bella struggle with relationships with men to begin with, developing them with any level other than her grandfather or her brother. She just cannot. She doesn't trust. She has severe anxiety issues. I'm very grateful that they have not gone to the extent of Chloe's, but I have stood beside Becca as she has stood beside Chloe through all of the after effects of everything that has happened, and neither girl has been the same since. And I do not feel that it would be just in any way for Matthew to get out any earlier than he already. I'm sorry, but I personally did not think that the time he was given was enough. So to get out early would just be horrific to me. I think my daughter already knows that we moved to this area over the summer, and we were notified shortly thereafter that Matthew has moved not too far from our area, and she already has anxiety about that. So having him free, I honestly just, I don't know that I'm ready to deal with the effects that would come from that. So I'm very much opposed to him getting out. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as Becca, and I could not write it out. I didn't know what I was going to want to say, but thank you.
And thank you. We certainly appreciate all of your comments. Young ladies, do either of you wish to speak? You certainly do not have to, but if you would like to say anything, you're welcome to do that.
Bella doesn't.
Thank you. It's okay if you don't want to speak.
Yeah, I know. I know it's okay. I would like to.
Okay.
I remember how we found out it happened. Whenever Chloe, I never saw it coming, honestly. They were really, really close, her and Matthew. And I kind of just thought, you know, she's got an older friend to hang out with. I hung out with some older people too. Matthew was a family friend, so nobody ever really thought twice about it. Whenever he would, like, Chloe didn't even think to call or ask if Matthew should be there coming in the house. And I remember we found out whenever Chloe first tried to kill herself, and she wrote a letter because she expected to actually do it, telling her to ask Bella what happened that night. And none of us knew what happened that night. I don't remember how we found out, but it was my mom who found out first, as far as I know, that Chloe had been raped by Matthew. And honestly, I didn't want to believe it at first, but you know, it's not like Bella or Chloe would lie about that. So it was totally messed up to hear about.
Guys, we're listening to parole board hearing. Susan Smith, OG Karen, who lied in Union County, South Carolina, who said a black man came and stole her 2 boys in 1994. It's been 30 years, guys. She's eligible for parole, and she's going to be coming to plead her case to see if she might get paroled. I don't think it's going to happen. This parole board is not to be played with. They seem to be pretty conservative. I've only seen one recommendation, but even the one recommendation had 5 denies. So they're not quick to give check marks to allow someone to even be considered. So we've seen like 7 cases already this morning, maybe 8. and no one has gotten through. Everyone has been denied unanimously except for one person got one pass through, but still no parole. So anyway, we're listening to the victim impact statements. These are very sad. These are sexual assault victims, and the sibling is talking about what happened to her sister, and it's really sad. We're gonna jump to the vote because it's very sad. And then we're gonna get to the next case. But yeah, he's denied. So we're safe. And I could not imagine for the mother having to deal with the fact that this guy could be out in a few years. And I would be scared. I really would, because it's like these are some scary
Mr.
people.
Matthew Thomas will be denied parole. The vote is unanimous.
Mhm.
Numbers 1, 4.
If you scroll back in the
5,
chat, I've dropped the
6.
links to everyone that's being reviewed so far.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 7, James Bruton Jr. Case number 7, James Bruton Jr. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. James William Bruton Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
For joining you before the board, please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruton. We hope you're doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've been taking a trade,
Mr. James Bruton is 65 years old. He's there for some unalive that was committed almost 30 years ago. He's gotten a life sentence in Spartanburg, no escapes, no disciplinary sanctions. Has he had any jobs? He's earned some work credit. He's gone to a few classes, vocational auto body. He's learning a trade. Okay. He still did unalive someone though. And he does have a life sentence. So I think, you get a life sentence. I think life should be life. That's just me.
Trade have you been working on?
I'm doing auto body.
Okay, is that something that you would want to do on the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a place to live, sir?
Yes, I do.
And where is that?
It's Sonia's house.
120 Westover Drive with my aunt, Mary Madeline Bruton.
Mr. Bruton, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Alcohol, yes, ma'am.
And what have you done about that, your issues with alcohol?
Well, I took substance abuse and drug abuse classes since I've been in.
How do you feel about the crime that you committed?
I hate it happened. I'm very sorry that it happened. It was a decision I shouldn't have never made.
What's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
Well, to be obedient and obey the law and rules and regulations.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
No, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Bruton, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate you coming in this morning.
Next
If you will exit the room, we will
case.
have an answer for you later today. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, officers.
A moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by our Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually.
Well, we already know how this is going to go. The victims are going to, I'm sure it's awful.
Lieutenant Harwell?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Please state your name and your relationship to the case of James Brewington.
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Doug Harwell. I'm with the Spartanburg Police Department, and I oppose parole for Mr. Brewington.
All right, please wait for the board to address you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant Harwell. We hope you are doing well this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know if you are opposed to parole or if you are in favor, and if you'd like to make any additional statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. On behalf of the police department, we oppose parole. I was reviewing the case. It's one of those cases that it kind of shocks you a little bit. I'm sure the board's looked over the case, but Mr. Bruton, the homicide itself is bad, but he hit him with a pipe, thought he was dead. Come back later, seen he wasn't dead, hit him again. Then after he was dead, he left. It just, Chief Thompson told us that, and he's mentioned it several times, that you can't rehabilitate evil. I think those actions pretty much describe evil. We think that he rightly deserves the sentence he got, and we just asked the parole board to let him continue serving the sentence that he earned.
Thank you, Lieutenant Harwell. We appreciate your time and your comments, sir. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's gonna be denied. They're not gonna let nobody.
Clears.
Who's this guy?
And the room is clear.
It's gonna be straight across the board.
Mr. J.
You guys, do you guys ever watch X Factor? And they get them X's.
Bruton Jr. is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Okay, here goes another
Thank
one.
you. Our next case will be case number 39, Charles Tyson. Case number 39, and Charles Tyson, and he does have supporters. One
Tyson.
moment as both parties connect.
Charles, I don't think it's gonna help though, sir. If it's
Hello
on
there,
some
Tiger. Let me confirm you are
unaliving.
Mr. Charles.
Okay, yeah, it's on some unaliving again. I mean, I don't think they have any bandwidth for unalivers. If you are out here unaliving, 63 years old, armed robbery, look familiar, 25 years and a life sentence for the unaliving. And he's been in now since 82. Damn. It's been a long time, but at the end of the day, the family has a life sentence too. He has a life sentence in jail and they have a life sentence without their loved ones. So
There at our support site, confirm you are here in support of Mr. Tyson.
Yvonne Tyson.
Thank you both for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Tyson, and good morning to the lady at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Tyson, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Candy, you vote no. Okay. Yeah, I think we are pretty much on par with the parole board here. The main thing is sis and these glasses, her makeup. She came to slay for the probation board, the parole board.
Well, I stayed married. I work in the chapel. I've been part of several programs. One in particular, the Academy of Hope at Lee County, which was a violence interruption program that was established there in 2019 in an effort to quell the gang violence that was at the prison. I'm married. I got a wife. I got a home.
All right, tell us what's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration.
that there's consequences for actions, whether they're good or bad. If you make bad decisions, bad consequences follow. If you make good decisions, we expect that good consequences will follow.
Mr. Tyson, what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you had the opportunity to speak to them at this point in your life?
That how sorry I am, and that I wish that day never would have happened, and I wish I would have been more clearer thinking. I wish I was growner. I wish I had a better understanding.
Not groaner. So he was probably in his 20s. This is 1982 when this happened. So he's been incarcerated since, was it 82, y'all? It almost, I mean, yeah, he's been in since 82. This could have happened 40 some years ago. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, what marriage have you had from behind bars? That lady probably is married to somebody else. You just don't even know it. I don't know what to say. I don't know if they're gonna give him he has no release date. I don't know how he's maybe on his 25 years. I don't know. Maybe they gave him life without. So he has a 25-year sentence and he has a life sentence. So I don't know. Life just isn't life. So that's down in Florence County. If you guys are familiar, that's not Myrtle Beach, but it's not far from Myrtle Beach.
And I wish I would have listened to my parents.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Probably smoking some marijuana at that time.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
Well, I haven't been high in a while. Since 2013, I do believe.
Right. Is there anything else that
But
you...
if I was to be granted parole and I had to take classes or whatever y'all say do, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Whatever you say do.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before I give your supporter a chance to speak?
My supporter.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
I said, my supporter right there, she can speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record and your relationship to Mr. Tyson?
My name is Yvonne Tyson, and I'm Charles Tyson's wife.
Thank you so much for being here today. We certainly appreciate that. Would you like to make a statement on his behalf?
Yes, I would. I would like to say that I've been with Charles Tyson for 35 years, and I've grown to know him.
So she married his behind bars, right? Is my mathing? I mean, he's been in there since 82. So that's 42 years. So 7 years in, she married this guy. Girl. Jail Bay Senior, okay? Miss Yvonne Jail Bay Senior, okay?
And I know his heart, and I know that he loves, he loves people. And not only that, during the whole 35 years, we've always talked about.
Girl, that's on some Kayla Bumpus Jackson, okay? She got her whole, I mean, did y'all watch last night? KBPI Princess, I mean, I don't know how it's going to turn out for Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Jackson, but at the end of the day, if it goes like Mr. what's his name? Mr. Tyson, baby.
The wrong decision that he made and how he hurt the Jonas family.
My man.
And if he could do a do-over, he would do it. And he's been doing a lot of good things. I know back in 2020, when they had COVID real bad, and not even the officers wanted to take care of all of the COVID patients because.
Ma'am, why do you think he needs to come home?
They knew that somebody had to do it. And
Ma'am, have you made preparations? Do you have money? Are you able to support him? How are you gonna support him in his sobriety?
Here are these guys
Girl,
that
not Sonya
were,
Bumpus.
you know,
Stop it.
infected with COVID-19. And during that time, I contacted my church and we prayed 24 hours a day, because it was so dangerous to the point where not even the officers or the medical staff wanted to go in and take care of the inmates. But they knew without a shadow of a
Ma'am, we're going to have to stop you for a second. We're going to need to have you focus on why you would like to have and why you are supporting the release of your husband. Ma'am, could you please focus your message?
friend. And that's what they were doing. And I was telling my church exactly what they did. And so the church,
Ma'am, this is not a counseling session. We just need for you to give a brief statement.
Around the clock. And to God be the glory. He took care of them. And not only did he take care of them while they were taking care of the inmates, that were infected with COVID-19. And I know without
Ma'am, please.
Without a shadow of a doubt that his heart has changed, that he will be a blessing, to the young men and young ladies out here, in society, because he's really helped
Your family is calling you to tell you to shut up.
our kids and also the kids at church by hearing, his testimony and so forth.
Okay.
And I really do believe that if you were to grant him parole, you will see. And if he could talk to the family, he would tell them how
That ain't got nothing to do with
sad and how
that.
sorry
Ain't got
he is, because he tells me that all
to
the time.
do with
And
the
we pray
parole
about it.
board.
And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms.
You said a lot, sis.
Appreciate your comments, and we thank you for being here so very much.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the?
She did a good job of keeping him in jail. That's what a good Sonya does. Ruin any of your chances of getting out. Okay.
Board? Thank you both for joining us this morning.
That's
If you all please exit the room, we will have
pick
minutes
me.
for you later today.
That's old pick me.
One moment as the room clears.
They getting ready to vote. It's gonna be drop your votes, guys. Drop your X's
And the room
or
is clear. We do have additional
check
testimony
marks.
facilitated by the Office of Victim
Getting any
Services.
green checks or all X's?
Please wait as the victim joins virtually.
Oh. I think you're truly something special. Girl, Granny pick me. Okay, they're not voting yet. The victim has a minute.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Poston.
They probably gonna have Susan Smith up last.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
There you go.
Oh, who is that?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I kept hitting the mute button.
That's okay. If you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Charles Tyson.
I'm John Poston, and he was my uncle.
Yes, sir. And is someone else with you there?
My mother's here.
Okay, if she would, please state her name and relationship to the case.
My name is Myra Poston, and I'm sorry, what was the last one you said?
What is your relationship to Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, the relationship to Charlie was my brother.
Thank you both. If you would, please wait for the board to address you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are so sorry for the circumstances.
He's giving Steve Wilkos. He looks mad. Look at his eyes. And this was 40 some years ago. He probably was a little boy. So it's going to be on This Was My Favorite Uncle, or just growing up with my mom being in pain from having, being a family of having a murdered family member type thing. I'm sure this is not going to be good, but you could see in his eyes he's pissed.
Appreciate you taking the time to speak with us.
Oh.
At this time, we would like to know whether
Wait
you
a
were-
second. He made sure to show his badge. Okay, he's in law enforcement. You saw how hold on. Y'all didn't see that. He fixed his jacket. You couldn't see it at first but you can see it now. He's in, I guess you could see it a little bit, but he's the law enforcement dude.
For or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
We're definitely against it. Like we've been doing now for I don't know how many years, being inconvenienced and can't move on from this situation. And watching everybody used to come and help us with these parole hearings, either passed away or whatever. So I'm kind of now the only one left to handle all this. But I oppose it on two main reasons. Again, I'll reiterate like the last several years. The first one being that he was my uncle, a family member. And he was like my big brother. And my mom actually asked me just now, how long ago has he been passed away? And I looked, and it's been 43 years now. And every single day, it seems like 1981 back in my mind, especially when it comes to this time of year. So that thought process will never disappear, or we get over it, move on. But, you know, as far as that goes, he was like my big brother. I loved him, and I wish he could have been here longer to be with me. And, you know, I was telling her today, you know, he got me involved in football when I was a little boy. He went to North Myrtle Beach High. I went to West Florence, and they're actually playing tomorrow, Friday night in the playoffs. And I would have loved to go with him to that, but as you can see, that's impossible now. But as a family member, I definitely oppose it. As a law enforcement officer that's been retired now 25 years and provides security for under a proprietary license under SLED for a church/school, I definitely oppose it from that perspective, mainly because this guy supposedly had robbed my uncle one time already, then robbed him again, and the second time he ended up killing him, shooting him twice. And if that wasn't even bad enough, he decides to shoot at a law enforcement officer that was responding to the scene. I take that very personally on a number of reasons. And based on his past history, there's not been not one time have I listened to the tapes or anything where he comes out and just, you know, says he's sorry, or, you know, he doesn't repent. He doesn't say anything to us or apologize for his behavior or ask for forgiveness. It's more or less, hey, I'm a changed man. I'm a Christian. I sing. I got married, blah, 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 and all that. So it's like he hasn't changed one bit, in my opinion. Again, going back to where he wrote the book on judicial lynching, you know, making a mockery of our justice system, which we do have flaws. Being a cop, I understand the flaws that do exist in our justice system, but we can't let someone like that make a mockery out of it. And so
Right, he's like, you're not gonna gaslight taking advantage of the fact of the flaws of the system and then try to use that to your advantage when you're sitting there and you certified killed somebody.
Really, all those reasons and other victims that have to deal with situations like this every single year and can't move on. I totally deny parole. I request a denial of parole for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Mrs. Poston, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, of course, this was my brother, and he was just so young and taking care of everybody, my mother and all that, and this person who has done so badly to us, and some of the words he even said when I was around. So I just definitely do not want him to be released out into the wild earth, I guess you want to say. But yes, I definitely deny that.
Thank you. And again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you for your time and your comments. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, and we wish you well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Please wait as the room clears.
We already know what the outcome is going to be. This parole board's not doing a thing.
And the room is clear.
Mr. Charles Tyson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, we will pause for a 5-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recorder has been paused.
Thank you. We will take a brief 5-minute break and we'll be back shortly.
We are reclaiming our time.
Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Brand Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed, and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional.
Wait, hold on a second. Are they talking about Susan Smith? What? They gonna take her before lunch. Hold on.
Parole hearing of Susan Smith.
Okay.
Number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Brand Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed, and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro. Thank you, Mrs. Miro. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room.
So the black lady, that was Ms. Miro. So she was a warden at a prison. Okay, ma'am, Ms. Miro. So she is going to recuse herself from this particular vote because she doesn't want to, I guess, prejudice the vote because she has direct supervision and knowledge over and may have an opinion where maybe some of these other people don't have necessarily an opinion and they're just going based on do they meet the criteria X, Y, and Z. So, okay, that's fair.
Mrs. Miro has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have moved her site into the lobby briefly. And one moment as we admit all parties. There at Leith, ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys want to see her record before we get started? I think I dropped it earlier. I'll just do a quick one. You guys, if you don't know who Susan Smith is, I'm sure all of you do. But Susan Smith is a woman 30 years ago. She was a young married woman with 2 kids. She was having an affair behind her husband's back and decided that she was going to get rid of her children so that she could be free and unencumbered so that she could go get on with her life and her new boyfriend who didn't want kids. So she concocted a story that a black man came and stole her kids. Meanwhile, she had ran her car down into the lake and with the boys strapped into their car seats. Okay. And she is just now eligible for parole. She's got double murder. She's got life with eligibility for parole. And this is the first time it's coming up today. Okay. She's had multiple infractions as recent as August of this year. She was talking with someone who was trying to do maybe a documentary on her. She took interviews. They exchanged it for money in commissary. So that's not allowed at all. She's had previous possessions of narcotics. She was using someone else's PIN number. to make phone calls, which is seen as deceptive and trying to, hide information potentially. So she got busted for that. Mutilation, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe she's cutting herself. We don't know. Narcotics. She's had a couple of instances where she had inappropriate relationships with guards. She's had a lot going on in her 30 years. She's had a few classes, and she has been teaching some. And I mean, it looks like she's had some jobs. So that's pretty much it. So if you didn't know who she was, that's but if you don't know who she is, I definitely would Google her. She's one of the first stories, like in my early 20s, that I can recall, where it was like national attention on like a Karen type female, pinning it on a black man. It had nothing to do with anything other than the fact that she wanted to just like be single with no kids and have her boyfriend, and just decided to try to pin it on a random man. Luckily, it did not work.
Thank you. And Attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Ms. Susan Smith?
They're asking, can you hear? Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Ms. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to have, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, are you going to begin? Or
thank you, Brown Eye Girl. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing and this board are presented. And I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack.
Thanks, Lady Yvette. I appreciate it.
The lack of diagnosis into mental health. And it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional.
I was just going to say that. I mean, if she had undiagnosed or untreated mental illness, 23 years old, she decides to unalive her own 2 children. I mean, I don't even see getting over anything like that. I don't understand. So I don't see who can really help her from a standpoint of if she's a narcissist and really has a justified reason why she did what she did. No matter what reason she comes up with in her head is absolutely ridiculous, because those were two babies. I mean, no matter how old they were your babies, and you lied to the community, and you knew all the time where they were, where they could be found, where they could be laid to rest, all of the things. I mean, just, it's a mess. I don't think she's getting out.
You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs that I took the time to look at.
I mean, the fact that he's sitting here talking like, okay, this is about Susan right now. It can never be just about Susan. These are your children. There's really not a lot to, I don't know. I don't know if this is the best approach.
And I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Endovo and the Cipher Works programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors, because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on, for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility, and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, you know, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, you know, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, you know, we just tough through these terrible situations, and you know that's how it's done. It's not done that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not. Can't blame them. I think it was the times. Did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression, potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me, and it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. it was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since.
I think that fell a little flat. I mean, I get what she was trying to say, but I don't know. I would like to hear about the hurt, the sorrow, the huge mistake. I would like to see less blaming of mental illness as to why you took out 2 innocent lives that you birthed. That's just, I don't see it. And the fact that the warden, I don't know if she's required to recuse herself, but the one of the wardens who's been under her supervision, or who was over her supervision rather, over these years, recused herself from even voting. I don't know what that says. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I don't
When I
know.
first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. You know, that's something with the parole.
I think they're going to speak to her in a minute. What we've seen so far this morning, usually they ask who wants to go first. Is it the attorney? But they're going to ask her some questions. So they'll ask her what she's doing to prepare, type thing. She won't get out of there without not speaking. So yeah, this may be her talking next. So yeah, she'll be talking soon. There she goes. Girl, there's the waterworks. It's coming, but wait till her ex-husband comes on. He's going to be like, hell to the no. He said he didn't care if he had to come to the day he died. He does not want Susan getting out for taking his boys.
Parole hearings that I've presented for years is to how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which I think is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. It's something that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life.
Let me say something too about Susan. If you did not know, the channel Phone Calls from Prison, a YouTube channel we love to watch, has some of their calls. So if you go to, has some of Susan's calls. So if you go to the playlist, go to Susan Smith, and you never know, they may even release some calls. I don't know what they have or what they're planning to do, but they definitely had some, and you never know, there might be more. Susan has been duplicitous. Susan had multiple boyfriends over the past couple of years. Susan was, the men that were calling her were thinking they were the boyfriend, getting commissary money, canteen money, phone call money, all of those things. And there are a couple of calls on there where she's talking to one boyfriend in particular, where he tells her that there's a YouTube channel and her phone calls are being played on YouTube. And she's like, what? So yeah, very interesting. I'll find that call. Maybe we'll go through that one. We hadn't done these Susan Smith calls, but definitely it's always fun hearing when the inmate finds out that their calls are now of interest. So anyway, he should be rapping. I mean, it's like, come on, sir, let's go. Let's see, when are they going to get to Susan? Okay, let's just fast forward ahead a little bit. We'll go back to the commissioner or the chairwoman. And I guess we're going to get into hearing from Susan.
I want to say how very sorry. First of all,
Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
I want to say how very sorry I am.
I'm sorry, even though it's been 30 years, just hearing that little fake cry whimper that she has. If you guys go back, I'll try to find the video, the original video, when she sat up there and was talking to like Bryant Gumbel and Katie Couric. I can't remember who it was, but it was old school Today Show. I'm talking about back in the day, way back in the day. And she was playing like she was so sad and upset, crying with them fake tattoo tears. It takes me, like, looking at her right now, I'm still seeing that girl with the poofy perm and standing there lying to everybody. I'm sorry. No.
It's okay, Susan. Just
Girl, you're not
talk
going
with us.
nowhere.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
Girl, stop. She is the same speech.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am,
Mr. Thomas
I hear you.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health, and my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his sons again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know that it's just have like words, but they come from my heart.
Okay, hold
They
on
really
a second,
do.
guys. If for anybody who might remotely feel sorry for her for a second,
Your mama loves you so much.
Across 9 emotional days.
this was the
I want to
message.
say it to my babies. Your mama loves you so much.
Across 9 emotional days.
I can't even describe what I'm going through. I mean, my heart is just.
She sat up there for 9 days and blamed a black man. She sat up for 9 days and had her kids in the damn lake. She sat up there for 9 days with law enforcement chasing their tails. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. On so many different levels, she is, it's like, I don't even want to say Carly Russell, because Carly Russell was mild compared to this, but if people were mad and outraged about damn Carly Russell, this girl took out 2 innocent babies. These were babies in car seats. That's how young her kids were. Car seats, like 18 months and 3 years old. Babies, okay? Not even in school yet, but old enough to be like, Mom, can I have a hot dog? They were aware. They had awareness. They were not that would make it any different. They were living their life. And she turned her back on them, or even more cruel, watched them go into a lake. Just awful. I don't agree with her getting anything other than a nice walk back to her cell.
It just aches so bad.
Susan Smith betrayed America.
Whoever has them, I pray every day that you're taking care of them.
Hundreds search for her maroon Mazda, which she claimed was carjacked by a black man.
All he ever told me was shut up or I'll kill you. He said, don't say anything else.
Her 2 small boys.
Shut up or I'll kill you. I would like to apologize to the black community.
Crying in the back seat.
They were screaming, hollering, and crying.
It's hard to imagine that the car has just vanished.
In an era before things went viral, the case went viral.
I wish somebody could turn up something.
People from coast to coast clung to their televisions.
Girl, she had the people outside the church with candles, candlelight vigils.
Aim for the safe return of little Alex and Michael.
But I want these babies home. We love them. We miss them.
With each plea and home video, Susan knew all along that her children sat at the bottom of John D. Long Lake, strapped in their car seats. Yet lies flowed from her lips like tears down the nation's cheeks.
To whoever has my children, that they please bring them home.
Heading into a second week, frustrations grew, along with mounting questions. Susan's story was not consistent, and she was failing lie detector tests.
Time is of the essence here.
The sheriff, who was also her godfather, took her to a church to pray. And on the 9th day, she confessed.
Susan Smith has been arrested and will be charged with 2 counts of murder in connection with the deaths of her children.
Do you hear the people were like, oh my God, can you believe that? So her uncle, who was her godfather, had to come out and handle the business, which I give him a lot of credit for doing that.
The longest funeral procession in Union County history followed. The boy's father, Susan's estranged husband, barely able to stand.
I mean, is that not that, like, look at that man.
She has a family that loves her very much, and it's just hard to hear, even though I think they knew that this was going to come.
At her trial the next summer, David Smith stood extra tall when a jury chose a life sentence over death.
I've been dreading this for 6 months.
And now, 30 years later, he plans to take to his feet again, pleading his boy's case for justice.
I'm not going to let what happened to them be in vain. I'll never stop fighting for their justice, which is keeping her in prison where she belongs.
Okay. If anyone was feeling sorry for Susan just for a second, just keep that in mind. Okay. She's a witch. She's awful. Awful.
One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't, no ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusting the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction, it had been 10 years, because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes.
But your lawyer said it was mental health. Your lawyer said it was mental health, but you're stating that you are fully aware and capable of making a right choice, but you decided to not. So on that right there, I'd be like, okay, she ain't ready. She's not ready. Not that she needs to cop to mental illness, but at the end of the day, you and your lawyer are not aligned in the messaging. Your lawyer seems to think you've got mental illness, and you're saying you've just made bad decisions. So which one is it? Is it you have some sort of defiant disorder or you're just willful and reckless?
Yeah. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most
And I'm not
important
gonna
thing
do
that
that.
you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That
that people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make not just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right, is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy that, and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Did she say anything about the kids? Did I miss that? I missed it. Did she say, I'm so sorry? I'm sorry to my husband. I'm sorry for taking his sons. I'm sorry for taking the grandkids. I'm sorry for taking the nephews. I'm sorry for taking the little neighbor boys. I'm sorry for taking the kids out the daycare. I'm sorry to the Black community. I'm sorry to the Black men that I formulated and created racial tension in my community because I had to lie because I wanted to make the lie stick because my godfather was the sheriff and I embarrassed the fuck out of him. Sorry to my godfather. What? It's not enough.
Are there any other questions
Okay,
from the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship. Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And the
State your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
Okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids and I can't always hear your
Bless his heart.
but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me interrupt you before you get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, me now. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase.
I think that if anybody was arrested, someone said, is anyone from the Black community going to be there? I don't know if like NAACP wanted to go or something, but I think that at the end of the day, if someone was arrested behind her foolishness and lies, people were detained, people were questioned, people lost a job, people were mistreated. Those people should show up, because they're victims of hers too. I just don't know. We don't know. We're gonna see.
Against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was one of the jurors. The prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors,
You think he needs to be locked up too?
She felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been easy. She attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins.
Okay, so we need to know what you're telling me is that she's not really good at she has no coping skills. Okay, all right. So we're gonna give Sir a break. Sir said he just got some new hearing aids. Her support is not getting any younger by the grace of God, right? And I don't know it's like, Susan, okay. All right, here's the lawyer.
To take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done, and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something, I think Susan is at that point. And
He does have a little something for, like, let's say Jimmy Carter 20 years ago. Jimmy Carter is he's close to like 100, isn't he? He's definitely senior. It's but I do see what you're talking about. Whoever said he looked like Jimmy Carter, I mean, a little bit, yeah.
And hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Mr.
and
Thomas
thank you,
tried.
Mrs.
Yeah, so
Curry.
he just
Certainly
turned
appreciate
100.
all of you
Yeah.
joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears.
Okay, Mr. Thomas tried his best. I mean, look, you got to try for your client, right?
And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as all victims join from central office.
Seeing her husband, the father of the kids, cry, baby, that broke my heart. Oh, they got a whole bunch of, they got all the family there. There's the ex-husband.
You all come on in. Thank you. Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much.
It's sad. It's
Good
very, very
afternoon.
sad.
You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today, but we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
I'm David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original.
Wow. So I didn't know he had another kid. So I don't know if maybe I'm assuming she came afterwards. But that's his daughter. Wow. I'm sure people live with this every day, but to have your parent be in such suffering and to have lost siblings. So if she came after the boys died, this is really sad.
No trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit Solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson with the Crime Victims Council.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Coper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt, Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all. And again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole. And if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Okay. Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit Solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, the facts and circumstances. And I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty.
They
And I
sure
thought
would
it was
have.
Very important that the betrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact, and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts his story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, you know, she's got people outside. I'm sure you've heard from them that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the action she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Cody. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want
They clocking all her
They had
tea.
no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination?
Ooh,
I was on the banks
baby.
of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery.
Ooh.
The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail.
Thank you.
Until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Thank you, Sister. Does anyone else wish to speak? You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easier if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October, and then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. In my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally, you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days, and hot days. It doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County, because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know, because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional.
I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Polk did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. And then two other items going back 30 years, the Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery is laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, "Well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny." So I went back and saw my brother. Said, "You know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny?" And he said, "No." So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll vote, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering. his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we have thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. Hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been. Because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not. All because of her lies. So to help give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Sheriff, anyone?
Forgive me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily, I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life
as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
You're welcome to stay seated if you are more comfortable.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I never seen it on paper. No, she, as you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here.
Y'all already know what the decision's going to be. Let me tell you something. That, I don't get emotional often. I mean, I'm an emotional person, but I try to keep it together when I'm live. Baby, I got my eyes are misty, okay? And it definitely it's a heaviness in my chest. Every single person did what they were supposed to do. They showed up. They said what they had to say. They spoke from their heart and they handled the business. They really, really did. They really did. It is a beautiful thing to see a family show up for family. And they showed up for David. They showed up for the boys. And they showed up for Susan. Susan, you're not getting out. So they handled that business. It brings me so much joy to see a family together. And the fact that this family showed up in like 2, 3, 4 cars just is so beautiful. I'm so glad that all those people were there to support David and to the memory of the boys and the daughter and even the new wife, we're not going to say much about that right now, but they've been together for a minute. They got a daughter. He has a child. And I just cannot imagine being in a marriage that is shrouded by so much misery. I think a lot of us need to say a thank you that if you are able to be in your marriage and it's surrounded around happiness. This man is very depressed. He's had such awful trauma. And this lady has been like a support probably from I Do, maybe even before like they're dating. She's had to be like, a crutch sidearm for this man. And it takes a tremendous amount of selflessness to be in a marriage where probably a lot of the marriage is her propping him up and making him feel better and being supportive and all of those things. And then the one child growing up knowing that her 2 brothers were unalived by the previous wife and all of these variables that took place to bring him to marry her mother and for her to be born and all of those things. I cannot imagine that burden. This is a family that needs a lot of positivity and prayer. And the prosecutor and solicitor for acknowledging the harmful accusation that Susan unleashed on South Carolina and the country and the world with the accusations as if Black men at the time were not being accused enough. The fact that they were able to really articulate that in 2024, it is miraculous how far, even though there's still a lot of work to be done, lots of work. This country is not healed, but the fact that it's acknowledged in Union, South Carolina, someplace that I don't live too far from, is a beautiful thing. It's definitely a beautiful thing. And I feel for this family. I really do. That was powerful. Let's watch the denials roll in. Okay, let's go ahead and watch the denials because I'm sure it's going to be unanimous. If she gets anything other than denied, baby, I'm getting in my car and driving to South Carolina or wherever the parole board hearing to put my 2 cents in that hell to the no. She's gonna be denied, I'm sure. It feels like it was from yesterday. Can you believe how fast 30 years have gone?
As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself.
So for
Susan
any of you
Smith
guys
is
just
not-
coming in, the one that has recused was a warden at Susan's jail or her prison and is familiar with her case and all of those things. So she declined to vote because maybe she doesn't want that to be used in some sort of like appeal or anything like that. That there was any prejudice or anything. So she took her vote out, but needless to say, it's okay.
not paroled. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause
Yeah, so institutional record and the nature of the crime, sis, you're not getting out.
our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Super, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address them to the staff and we'll get you.
Okay, as soon as they say their remarks, we're gonna go ahead and end this. But this was interesting. You know, a lot of us like to watch true crime in the news and all of this kind of stuff, and we see the crimes, we follow the cases, we watch the trials. We don't always get a chance to see what's going on during the incarceration period, which I think is so fascinating about us even just watching, hearing and witnessing a little bit about what Nesto's going through. It gives us kind of a glimpse at what's going on when someone is incarcerated in jail. And then seeing this side, the victim impact, and, once they make it to the other side or near the other side of their sentence, what this part looks like. It's very interesting. So as there are more of these available, we'll add it to the roster of things to do, because it seemed like you guys kind of enjoyed this, like looking at the cases and hearing and all of the things. But I mean, look, for the prisoners, at the end of the day, some people do not need to get out when they think they need to. And the bottom line is that the parole board has the ultimate say. And, it is interesting to be able to kind of hear the process. And at least for the inmates, they know that their case is bubbled up. Every 2 years, they get an opportunity to speak for themselves. If they don't see fit to do something with their life and with their sentence to have a more favorable outcome, to try to become a productive member of society again, I'm not going to feel bad for them. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I don't feel bad. I think that once you sit for this, you should know what you need to be doing to try to make reentry. And some of these people we see do not do anything, and they're making trouble while they're behind bars. They're doing the most and, also doing the least. So it is what it is. And as we can see, even though I'm sure that I don't know what the time's been like for Susan, but for us, 30 years has been a really long time, but it also does just seem like it was yesterday. So I feel so bad for this family and all the families that showed up today. Anyway, okay, let's watch a little bit of the press conference and then we're going to shut this down. I do want to see, I am going to try to get caught up and see what was going on over at YSL, but I need some time to just get caught up myself. And then I'm sure some stuff went on with Diddy and all of those things. So I'm grateful for the family that they're going to get some relief, but I know, it seems like they do have some anxiety. They're already going to be on a countdown for 2 years from now. But I think as long as they stay vigilant and they keep bubbling up this story, and the more that the daughter hears the story and she can retell the story when that solicitor doesn't come anymore and the prosecutor, because everyone's getting older, right? But as long as there are people who are able to show up to be able to articulate the pain and suffering and the loss, I think she's gonna. And also, Susan continues to be Susan and lie and manipulate. They don't have to worry about her getting out. I don't think they have to worry.
Any more doughboys in there?
What's that?
Any more doughboys in there?
No, I can
Yes.
yeah.
We tried to get you to speak first time. Oh, you? Yeah. David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
You know, today has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, you know, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What is done, what all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, just, I do not understand that. But it's been such a tough 30 years for my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole, at least for another 2 years. So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
You want me to answer if they have any? We've got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Yes, sir. Are you surprised by the result? Personally, now I've got to speak for me. David and his family, he could speak for himself, but we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because I mean, as we spent the last 3 hours together, kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembering Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
She mentioned living with her brother. If she gets out, would you want to see her back in the community?
From the folks I've spoken to in the Union community, they are ready to quit being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely. The best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that that's not going to happen.
No, I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar on Union that will exist as long as people remember what she did, which is going to be for a long time. So I don't think anybody would be excited to see her return.
Yes, sir.
After having to seek the death penalty, or after seeking the death penalty and this ending up the way it did, what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
It is a torture for this family. It was a reunion of sorts. I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But when I see them, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. 30 years seems like it went like this, but the flip side is that this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here. Yes, ma'am. I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw. Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same. Solicitor, you may want to weigh in.
Yes, sir, I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? If she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work y'all done, because the black families and a lot of young black men were being attacked, because of what she said, and you went down and got the truth. And as a minister and for other ministers, I come to tell y'all, thank y'all for what y'all done.
Reverend
David, we'll pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you, I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it. And I'll tell you, that community, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue. That community handled that issue. A reporter asked an African-American lady in Union, what do you think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man. Susan Smith blamed the black man. So I appreciate your words here, and I know the family does.
I told them, when the police come, put your hands up and just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun. I ain't got no children.
Yes.
And the police are very respectful. They came to search the house. They pulled the guys over. That was in the red muzzle, and they checked out and they wasn't there. And they treated people fair. We thank you because you went down and got the truth out.
Well, I made a point of telling the parole board that those people, how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined driving a red Mazda in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did? They're all victims too.
Okay. Oh, you already know he'd have got the death penalty. Because she was a young white girl.
Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference.
And it was 1994. It was a different, even 2024 today, people all across the board have a lower tolerance for the bullshit. And there is a certain amount of embarrassment that I think that some white people have because of the entitlement that is that they have. Some people take advantage of it. Some people are grateful, but they don't take it for granted. Susan Smith benefited from white girl privilege. Let's just say it. That's what it was. She didn't get life because people probably felt sorry for her. They probably thought she was a dumb young girl, but had she been a dumb young black boy or black young man, boy, he'd be 75 right now coming up for parole. Come on now.
I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and we don't think about it, and so I think it was unsettling, and they wanted to think there was some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
And it's precisely that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal.
And you know what? In 2024, we know different now. It's very obvious. There's a lot of women. You watch Law and Crime enough. You watch YouTube enough. It's very prevalent, but it's no different from 1994. It's just we have the internet. We have our cell phones. We're getting updates. We see all of this type of behavior immediately. But taking your kids out didn't just happen with Susan Smith. But she's kind of like our generation's most popular story about this happening. And we've seen many others, but this is one that was very impactful for a lot of us, especially if you're in your 40s, your 50s, maybe in your 60s. Everybody remembers this story. And but today, please, nobody has the tolerance or patience. Nobody is trying to, and we've seen that. We've seen all of these cases now. This privilege for some of these women, are you kidding me? No, you're going under the jail. You're getting life in prison, and there's no more. Ooh.
That makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
How does the community move forward after today's showing and knowing we still got a path ahead? How do you move?
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Brought up her past as part of her dad committing suicide.
Yes, sir.
How much do you think that played a role in the divorce today? You think you thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. She went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so
when they said that she packed up her wedding dress, her wedding album, like she basically kind of packed up her life into that car, and I guess she thought they would never be found. That's crazy.
Those are sad, tragic circumstances may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took two precious lives. Ready, guys? Yeah. Good. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all do a good job, David. We pray for you.
The Reverend showed up in his robe, okay? He said, make no mistake, I'm coming straight from the pulpit, okay? Yes, very nice. This is a painful thing for a lot of the people from the community. That's very sad. I mean, Susan Smith has the community does not. It's bad enough the family don't want you, but the community has rejected you. They don't even want you back, sis. Okay. The program is over. They were broadcasting live. This was an awesome. I'm so glad we did this together. I really enjoyed this, even though it was very sad. It's very uplifting because the result was good. The criminal stays a criminal behind bars where she belongs. If you guys don't know, she had been talking to like a documentarian or someone that she was even, I think, getting some money. I'm not sure of all the details. I'm sure we could probably look up the case, but I'll drop her incarceration record right now. If you go back through this live, every person who was up for parole board had I dropped all of their kind of their SCDC rap sheet. So just you have to go back through the live, and as they present another person, I drop their SCDC rap sheets. Anyway, she's been in a lot of trouble since she's been in jail. She doesn't deserve to be out. There's other people who are working hard at SCDC to show that they have changed, that they have rehabilitated, that they're sorry, that they respect themselves, they respect their community, that they have remorse, and that they want a second shot at life. There's somebody in there that's doing that. And today we did not see any of that. And if they are doing that, they need to do a better job at articulating that before the parole board. So I'm proud of that parole board, even though I had nothing to do with it. I appreciate that they really scrutinize these people and make the right decision, because we're out here trying to live our lives and be safe, pay our taxes, enjoy life. We don't need people who purposely don't want to be here doing the right things to bother us. Okay. We would like to be unbothered and happy. Okay. And these people will make a lot of people bothered and very unhappy. That sex offender, the murderer. I mean, these are people who do not need to be out. Okay. If they earn their way out, that's their business, but they didn't earn their way out today. This was interesting. I'm so glad we did this together. You guys, if you haven't taken a minute yet to hit the thumbs up, please do so. I need to do some catching up and see what's going on the streets, get you guys caught up on some other things. So I'm gonna try and come back a little bit later. It's still early, but I'm so unprepared. I knew I was going to do this today, but I just hadn't had a chance to get caught up on like what else is actually really going on YouTube streets, and like what was happening last night with Kayla. If you guys missed out on what happened with Kayla Bumpus Jackson, baby, catch the video from last night. What else? Diddy. What did they do with Diddy? Oh, I was reading something. I was trying to read as we were in the hearing that the judge has ordered that the government destroy all of the evidence, delete it from the files that they got from the search at MDC, but I need to read a little bit more of it just to make sure I've got it all down. But it sounds like they may not be able to use some of that evidence that they wanted to use to keep him in jail at MDC, but I don't know that that's going to make a difference in him getting out, but they just can't use it. But I didn't finish reading it all together, so I'm not going to say all that, but it just sounds like they are not able to use it, and it must be taken out of consideration for the argument against him, his third bail request. So getting caught up on that. I need to read that, and then I'll get back with you on my thoughts about it. Anyway, you guys have a great afternoon. And I'll see you guys a little bit later, probably after I pick up Farah, and then I'll get caught up on a couple more things. And if there's any other Nesto things to talk about. So they didn't let anyone out, Janetta. Everybody was denied. Everybody was denied. Everybody needs a little bit more time. And thank you to all the contributors. Thank you to everybody supporting, everybody watching and supporting. We'll do some more parole board hearings. It was interesting. Definitely, I know where we can find South Carolina. I don't know that it's always televised, but maybe it is. I don't know. I will get the schedule and look and see if they typically broadcast those, because it is very interesting and very insightful. And I mean, it's good for them to do it the way that they do, just because the public needs to know. So I'm happy that the news channels take the time to broadcast that type of a story, because the community at large needs to be aware of when these people are sitting for their hearings, and to be vigilant that these people could be re-entering and need to know, because these a lot of these people are creeps. Okay. Anyway, guys, I will see you guys later. Thank you so much, everybody. You guys are awesome. I'll see you guys later, and we'll get caught up on some more stuff. Okay. Bye, guys.